Jung discovered something terrifying about spiritual awakening that he rarely spoke about publicly. In his private journals, hidden within the crimson leather binding of what would later become the Red Book, he documented a pattern so consistent, so unmistakable, that it shook even his scientific foundations. He found that the human psyche sends exactly 13 distinct warning signals before a consciousness breakthrough. 13 encrypted messages that most people will spend their entire lives misinterpreting, medicating, or running from in absolute terror. These aren't symptoms of mental illness. They're not evidence that you're broken, defective, or losing your mind. They are invitations, sacred summons from what Jung called the self, that vast intelligence operating beneath your everyday awareness, orchestrating your psychological evolution whether your ego consents or not. And here's what makes this discovery so disturbing. These warnings don't arrive as bliss, peace, or transcendent light. They announce themselves through disruption, discomfort, and the systematic dismantling of everything you thought was you. Jung called them prodromal symptoms of psychic reorganization in his clinical notes. Prodromal, the medical term for warning signs that precede a major event. In medicine, prodromal symptoms signal an approaching illness. In psychology, they signal an approaching birth, the birth of the psychological self, the emergence of consciousness from the prison of unconscious identification. But here's the forbidden truth that Jung understood, and that modern psychology has systematically suppressed. Spiritual awakening is not a destination you arrive at through meditation apps, positive thinking, or weekend retreats. It's a violent metamorphosis. It's the caterpillar dissolving into primordial soup inside the cocoon, every cell structure liquefying before reorganizing into something that can fly. And just like that caterpillar, you don't get to choose whether this happens. Once consciousness reaches a certain threshold, the transformation becomes inevitable. The only choice you have is whether you'll recognize the process for what it is, or whether you'll fight it, pathologize it, and abort your own awakening out of sheer terror. Jung wrote, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." He didn't mean the pain of sitting cross-legged for hours, or the discomfort of facing your flaws. He meant the excruciating pain of watching everything you've built your identity upon reveal itself as costume, performance, borrowed story. He meant the agony of having your carefully constructed world collapse, while some deeper intelligence insists this destruction is necessary, even sacred. Think about what happens in the natural world when something is about to be born. Labor doesn't announce itself gently. Contractions intensify. Pain becomes unbearable. The body convulses with the force of something demanding to emerge. This is not pathology. This is process. But we've been conditioned to treat the labor pains of consciousness as if they're diseases to be cured rather than transitions to be honored. The 13 warnings Jung documented are precisely this: spiritual labor. Each one is a contraction. Each one signals that something larger than your current identity is trying to be born through you and your ego. That small, frightened sense of who you think you are is experiencing this emergence as a threat to its very existence, which it is, because what's trying to be born will not fit inside the container of who you've been pretending to be. Most people abort their awakening at the first warning. They feel that initial signal, that first inexplicable exhaustion from maintaining their social mask, that first moment of disgust at their own words, and they immediately seek to medicate it, therapy it away, positive think it into submission. They treat the warning as the problem rather than recognizing it as the solution announcing itself. They're like someone feeling labor contractions and taking medication to stop the birth, not realizing that stopping the birth doesn't make the baby disappear. It just traps both mother and child in a state of suspended emergency. Jung discovered these 13 warnings by studying his own descent into what psychiatry would have called psychosis, what religion calls dark night of the soul, and what he came to understand as voluntary psychological death. Between 1913 and 1916, Jung experienced every single one of these warnings in sequence. His professional identity as Freud's chosen heir collapsed. His reputation crumbled, his certainties dissolved. And instead of running from these experiences, instead of pathologizing them or seeking to return to normal, he did something radical. He documented them. He dialogued with them. He allowed himself to be transformed by them. What emerged on the other side was not the Jung who had existed before, that Jung had died. What emerged was something that had individuated, Jung's term for becoming psychologically whole, for integrating the conscious and unconscious into a unified self that operates from authentic inner authority rather than borrowed collective values. This script is a map of that territory. Each of the 13 warnings we'll explore is a landmark on the path from unconscious living to awakened being. But I need you to understand something crucial before we continue. This is not entertainment. This is not content to consume passively while you scroll through your phone. If you're experiencing even 3 of these 13 warnings right now, you are already in the process of awakening whether you realize it or not. Your psyche has already begun the dissolution phase. The old you is already dying and something new is demanding to be born. The question is not whether you'll experience these warnings. If you're watching this, you likely already are. The question is whether you'll recognize them for what they are, sacred communications from your deepest self, or whether you'll pathologize them, suppress them, and spend the rest of your life wondering why you feel increasingly disconnected from everything that once gave your life meaning. Jung's work offers us permission to stop treating our awakening as a problem to be solved and start recognizing it as an initiation to be honored. These 13 warnings are not random symptoms. They follow a sequence. They build upon each other. They intensify until they can no longer be ignored. And they only stop when you finally surrender to the transformation they're announcing. So if you're feeling inexplicably exhausted by your own life, if you're experiencing rage at innocent things, if coincidences are multiplying beyond probability, if you're having intrusive thoughts about destroying everything you've built, don't pathologize yourself. Don't rush to medication or distraction. These might not be symptoms of illness. They might be symptoms of consciousness trying to expand beyond the prison of your current identity. In the chapters ahead, we'll explore each warning in depth. We'll learn to distinguish authentic spiritual emergence from actual psychological crisis, because that distinction matters. We'll study the stories of people who navigated these warnings successfully and those who didn't. We'll examine Jung's own journey through psychological death and rebirth, and we'll build a framework for conscious awakening that honors both the terror and the necessity of this transformation. But first, we need to understand why these warnings are so consistently misinterpreted. We need to explore the unconscious trap that keeps billions of people locked in a consensus reality trance, treating the very signals of their evolution as evidence of their dysfunction. Because until you understand how you've been conditioned to suppress your own awakening, you'll continue to do exactly that every time a warning arrives. The psyche is not your enemy. The self is not trying to destroy you, but it is trying to destroy who you've been pretending to be, because that false self is suffocating the real one. And suffocation eventually produces symptoms. 13 specific symptoms, according to Jung. 13 warnings that your time of unconscious living is ending, and your initiation into authentic selfhood has already begun. Are you ready to stop running from these signals? Are you prepared to learn the secret language your deepest self has been speaking all along? Because Jung's map exists, the territory has been charted, and every warning you've been experiencing suddenly makes sense when you understand what they're actually signaling. Let's begin. Here's the core problem, the trap that captures nearly everyone who begins to awaken. We've been systematically conditioned to interpret pre-awakening symptoms as dysfunction rather than development. Every institution you've ever trusted, medicine, education, religion, culture, has trained you to suppress, medicate, or fix the very signals that indicate consciousness evolution. Think about what happens when someone experiences their first warning. Let's say they're suddenly exhausted by their own personality, drained from maintaining their social mask, feeling fraudulent in every interaction. What does modern psychology tell them? You might be experiencing depression. Let's start you on medication. Let's work on your self-esteem. Let's develop coping strategies to help you function better in your current life. Notice what's happening there. The entire therapeutic intervention is designed to help you adapt back into the identity that's suffocating you. The goal is to make the persona, Jung's term for your social mask, more comfortable to wear, not to question whether wearing a mask is causing the problem in the first place. It's like going to a doctor because your shoes are destroying your feet, and the doctor prescribing painkillers so you can keep wearing the shoes. This is not a conspiracy. This is not some deliberate plot to keep people asleep. It's something far more insidious. It's the collective unconscious defending itself against evolution. Let me explain what that means. Jung discovered that beneath individual consciousness exists what he called the collective unconscious, a shared psychological substrate containing the accumulated patterns, images, and instincts of human experience across generations. This collective unconscious includes not just archetypal wisdom, but also collective fears, collective resistances, collective investments in maintaining the status quo. One of the collective unconscious's primary functions is psychological homeostasis, maintaining equilibrium, resisting change, keeping things predictable and stable. And from the perspective of collective homeostasis, individual awakening is dangerous. It's destabilizing. It threatens the consensus reality trance that keeps societies functioning smoothly. When you start to wake up, you stop being predictable. You stop playing your assigned role in other people's unconscious dramas. You stop consuming the right products, believing the right narratives, pursuing the right goals. You become, in Jung's language, ungovernable by external authority, and systems built on compliance cannot tolerate the ungovernable. So the collective unconscious, operating through every voice you've internalized, every authority figure you've trusted, every cultural story you've absorbed, immediately begins labeling your awakening symptoms as pathology, depression, anxiety, existential crisis, quarter-life crisis, midlife breakdown. These labels serve a specific function. They reframe spiritual emergence as medical emergency, which justifies intervention designed to return you to normal functioning. And here's the trap within the trap. You internalize this interpretation. You learn to pathologize your own awakening. When you feel exhausted by your persona, instead of questioning the persona, you question your mental health. When you feel rage at your suppressed shadow, instead of integrating the shadow, you add more suppression and call it emotional regulation. When synchronicities multiply and reality feels increasingly meaningful, instead of recognizing consciousness expansion, you worry you're becoming delusional. This is what I call spiritual bypassing in reverse. But instead of using spirituality to bypass psychological work, you're using psychology to bypass spiritual awakening. You're treating the birth canal as a disease. Jung understood this trap intimately when he began experiencing his own awakening symptoms. In 1913, after his break from Freud, the entire psychiatric establishment was ready to diagnose him. His colleagues whispered that he was having a psychotic break. His reputation was at stake, and Jung himself, trained as he was in medical psychiatry, had to fight the urge to pathologize his own experience, but he made a radical choice. He decided to trust the process. He wrote, "The healthy person does not torture others. Generally, it is the tortured who turn into torturers." He recognized that the real pathology wasn't his psychological dissent. It was the collective insistence on suppressing that dissent, on maintaining the false self at all costs, on torturing anyone who dared to question the consensus reality. Let me give you a concrete example of how this trap operates. I want you to think about someone you know who started experiencing pre-awakening symptoms. Maybe it was you. They begin having intrusive thoughts about leaving their job, their relationship, their entire life structure. These thoughts terrify them because they seem to come from nowhere. They feel alien and they contradict everything the person has built their identity upon. The collective response to these intrusive thoughts is immediate and unanimous. You're having a crisis, you need therapy, don't make any major decisions. These thoughts will pass once we get your brain chemistry back to normal. But what if those intrusive thoughts aren't pathological? What if they're the self, that deeper intelligence, trying to communicate that your current life structure has become a prison for your authentic being? What if those thoughts aren't symptoms of dysfunction, but symptoms of consciousness, trying to expand beyond a container that's become too small? The collective unconscious cannot allow you to consider that possibility, because if you start trusting those intrusive thoughts, you might actually leave the job that's killing your soul, exit the relationship built on projection and need, abandon the life script you inherited rather than chose. And if enough people start doing that, the entire social structure destabilizes. So instead, we medicalize awakening. We turn spiritual emergence into psychiatric emergency. We develop an entire vocabulary designed to pathologize consciousness evolution, cognitive distortion, catastrophic thinking, intrusive ideation, dissociative episodes, depersonalization, derealization. Every one of these clinical terms can describe a pre-awakening symptom. Every one of them can also describe an authentic spiritual experience being misinterpreted through a materialist framework that denies the reality of consciousness itself. Now, I need to be extremely careful here because this is where people misuse Jung and cause real harm. There is such a thing as actual mental illness that requires medical intervention. There is such a thing as pathological dissociation, clinical depression, dangerous psychosis. The existence of spiritual awakening symptoms does not negate the reality of psychological disorders that need treatment. The crucial distinction, and this is something Jung spent decades clarifying, is one of trajectory. Is the person moving toward greater integration or greater fragmentation? Are they becoming more functional in authentic ways or more dysfunctional in all ways? Is there a coherent symbolic structure to their experience, or is it purely chaotic? Do they retain the capacity for insight and self-reflection, or have they lost all ground? Spiritual emergence, even when it looks chaotic and terrifying, has direction. It's moving toward wholeness, toward integration, toward the union of conscious and unconscious. It might involve temporary disintegration of the old identity, but there's an underlying intelligence orchestrating the process. The person experiencing it can usually step back and observe it, can dialogue with it, can sense, even amid the terror, that something necessary is happening. Actual psychotic break lacks that coherence. It's fragmentation without purpose, disintegration without rebirth potential, chaos without symbolic meaning. The person loses the capacity to observe their own experience, to maintain any foothold in consensual reality, to recognize themselves at all. But here's what makes this distinction so difficult. Both spiritual emergence and psychological crisis can look identical from the outside. Both can involve hearing voices, seeing visions, feeling persecuted, experiencing reality as fundamentally different from consensus. The difference is internal and requires deep discernment, and this is why the collective unconscious prefers to err on the side of pathologizing everything. It's safer, it's more controllable. If we treat all consciousness expansion as potential mental illness, we might suppress a lot of authentic awakening, but will also prevent some people from harming themselves or others during actual psychotic episodes. The collective chooses suppression over risk. The cost of this choice is that millions of people experiencing genuine spiritual emergence are told they're sick. They're medicated. They're convinced that the most profound experience of their lives, the experience of consciousness awakening to itself, is evidence of their brokenness. And they spend years, sometimes decades, trying to recover from an awakening that was actually the healthiest thing that ever happened to them. Jung called this phenomenon the torture of the normal. Society tortures people into normality, into unconsciousness, into identification with the persona, and suppression of everything authentic. And then, when someone starts to break free from that torture, when their psyche rebels against the suffocation of false living, we call that rebellion sickness, and torture them back into compliance. I know this might sound extreme, but I want you to consider, how many people do you know who are living authentically? How many people do you know who have integrated their shadow, who operate from genuine inner authority rather than borrowed values, who've individuated in Jung's sense of becoming psychologically whole? Probably very few. Because individuation is rare, awakening is rare, not because people aren't capable of it, but because the collective unconscious, operating through every social structure, every internalized voice, every cultural story, systematically suppresses it before it can complete. Comment below if you've ever felt crazy for experiencing something profound that you couldn't explain to others. Comment if you've ever had the experience of knowing something was happening to you that was significant, meaningful, transformative, but every voice around you insisted you were just depressed, just anxious, just going through a phase that would pass once you got back to normal. Because that's the trap, the assumption that normal is healthy, the assumption that the persona you've been wearing is who you actually are, the assumption that consciousness should remain small, contained, manageable, and that anything outside those boundaries is pathology. Jung spent his entire career fighting this trap. He insisted that the psyche has its own intelligence, its own trajectory, its own healing capacity. He argued that symptoms aren't random dysfunctions to be suppressed, but meaningful communications from the unconscious that need to be understood. He claimed that what we call mental illness is often the psyche's desperate attempt to heal itself when conscious living has become too divorced from authentic being. And he warned that the greatest danger isn't the symptoms themselves, it's the misinterpretation of symptoms. When we treat awakening as illness, we don't just suppress the awakening, we create actual pathology. We turn a natural developmental process into a traumatic crisis. We convince people that the healthiest impulse they've ever had, the impulse toward wholeness, is evidence of their sickness. This is the unconscious trap. And until you see it operating in your own thinking, in your own self-interpretation, in your own rush to pathologize anything that doesn't fit the collective definition of normal, you'll remain caught in it. You'll keep interpreting the warnings of your own awakening as warnings of your own dysfunction. But what if the opposite is true? What if your dysfunction is the suppression and your awakening is the cure? What if everything you've been taught to call healthy is actually a sophisticated form of sleep, and everything you've been taught to call sick is consciousness trying to wake up? That's the question Jung forces us to confront, and it's a question that becomes impossible to avoid once you start experiencing the warnings, because those warnings don't feel like illness, they feel like truth. They feel like something in you knows what's real and is refusing to pretend anymore. Let's explore what those warnings actually are, starting with the first three, the ones connected to the persona, the mask you show the world. Because that's where awakening usually begins, with the suffocation of realizing you've been performing a self that isn't you. The first cluster of warnings all emerge from the same source. Your persona can no longer contain who you actually are. Jung defined the persona as the social mask we construct to navigate the collective world, the version of ourselves we present at work, in relationships, in public spaces. The persona isn't inherently false, it's a necessary adaptation. You need some level of social conditioning to function in society. But here's what Jung discovered. Over time, most people completely identify with their persona. They forget it's a mask. They begin to believe that the performed self is the real self, that the socially acceptable version is the authentic version. And the moment you make that mistake, the moment you confuse persona with identity, you trap your real self in a prison of expectation, performance, and endless exhaustion. The first warning that your awakening is beginning manifests as inexplicable exhaustion. Not physical tiredness that sleep can cure, not burnout that a vacation can reset. This is existential exhaustion, a bone-deep fatigue that comes from the effort of maintaining a false identity every waking moment. Warning number 1, inexplicable exhaustion from being yourself. Let me tell you about David. He's a successful lawyer, 42 years old, partner at a prestigious firm. From the outside, his life looks perfect. Beautiful home, accomplished wife, 2 kids in private school, respected reputation in his field. David has done everything right according to the collective script, and David is exhausted. Not from working too many hours. He's always worked long hours, and it never felt like this. This exhaustion is different. It starts the moment he wakes up, before he's even gotten out of bed. The thought of putting on his professional persona, of speaking in that carefully modulated voice, of performing confidence and authority he no longer feels. It makes him want to stay in bed forever. He starts having a recurring physical response. Every morning as he's getting dressed for work, his chest feels heavy, like something is sitting on his rib cage, making it hard to breathe fully. He's been to 3 different doctors. They've run every test. His heart is fine. His lungs are clear. There's nothing medically wrong with him, because it's not a medical problem, it's a persona problem. David's body is revolting against the daily performance. His authentic self, the part Jung would call the self with a capital S, is suffocating under the weight of the mask, and it's making its distress known the only way it can, through somatic symptoms, through physical exhaustion that forces David to confront what he's been avoiding. The persona requires enormous energy to maintain. Every time you suppress an authentic response to perform a socially acceptable one, you spend energy. Every time you edit your words to fit expectations, you spend energy. Every time you contort your behavior to match your role, you spend energy. And if your entire life has become this performance, if there's no space where you drop the mask and just exist as you actually are, then you're spending energy every conscious moment. Eventually, the body rebels. Eventually, the psyche says, I cannot continue this. The cost is too high. And that's when warning number 1 appears. You become exhausted by the act of being yourself, except it's not actually yourself. It's the performance you've mistaken for yourself. Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But most people never experience that privilege because they're too exhausted from pretending to be who they think they should be. David's exhaustion was the first warning, but he didn't recognize it. He did what the collective unconscious trained him to do. He sought medical intervention, tried various supplements, adjusted his sleep schedule, started exercising more. None of it worked because none of it addressed the actual problem. that his life had become a persona performance with no authentic self-expression. The second warning arrived 6 months later. Warning number 2, growing disgust with your own words. David started noticing something disturbing. He'd be in meetings, performing his usual role, articulate, confident, persuasive, and he'd hear his own voice and feel a wave of revulsion, not at what he was saying necessarily, but at how he was saying it, at the performance itself, at the falseness that suddenly became unbearable. He'd catch himself mid-sentence sometimes and have this dissociative experience. Who is that person talking? Why are they using that tone? Why do they sound so fake? And then he'd realize, that person is me. That voice is my voice. That performance is my performance. And the disgust would deepen. This is warning number 2. You start hearing yourself speak and recognizing the fraud. The persona's scripts, the phrases you've repeated 1,000 times, the tones you've perfected, the personality you've projected, suddenly reveal themselves as costume, as theater, as increasingly intolerable inauthenticity. The psyche is withdrawing energy from the persona. It's refusing to continue investing in the mask. And one of the first places this withdrawal manifests is in language. You hear yourself speaking in the persona's voice, and something in you recoils. Those aren't your words. Those aren't your authentic thoughts. You're reciting lines, and you've suddenly become aware that you're an actor who never agreed to play this role. Jung understood this deeply. He wrote extensively about how the persona uses language as its primary tool, how we learn to speak in ways that maintain social acceptance rather than express psychological truth. And he noted that one of the first signs of approaching consciousness is this revulsion at one's own speech patterns. David couldn't explain this to anyone. How do you tell your colleagues, your wife, your friends, I'm disgusted by the sound of my own voice? They'd think he was depressed. They'd suggest therapy to work on his self-esteem. They wouldn't understand that his disgust wasn't pathological, it was accurate. He was accurately recognizing the inauthenticity that had become his default mode of existence. So David did what most people do. He tried to suppress the disgust. He tried to power through it. He told himself he was just stressed, just tired, just going through something that would pass. But it didn't pass. It intensified. And then the third warning arrived. Warning number 3, sudden intolerance for small talk. David attended his firm's annual gala. Same event he'd attended for 15 years. Same cocktail conversation, same networking, same performance of being fascinated by people's boring stories about their vacations and their children's achievements. Except this year, David physically couldn't do it. Someone cornered him, another partner, friendly guy, meant no harm, and started talking about his recent golf trip. And David felt something rising in his chest that terrified him. Rage. Volcanic, disproportionate rage at this innocent conversation about golf. He excused himself, went to the bathroom, stared at himself in the mirror, and thought, what is happening to me? Why can't I tolerate a simple conversation? Why does this feel like violence? This is warning number 3. Sudden, intense intolerance for surface-level interaction. Small talk becomes physically painful. Superficial conversations feel like they're suffocating you. You cannot, and I mean literally cannot, maintain the energy to care about topics that have no psychological depth, no authentic meaning, no real truth being exchanged. The psyche is refusing to waste energy on persona maintenance in its most trivial form. It's saying, I have limited resources. I'm trying to facilitate your consciousness breakthrough, and I will not spend another second pretending to care about golf trips, weather complaints, or recycled anecdotes. Every moment of small talk is a moment not spent on the real work of integration. From the collective perspective, this looks antisocial. It looks like someone becoming rude, withdrawn, socially dysfunctional, and maybe David was becoming socially dysfunctional according to collective standards. But from the individuation perspective, from the self's perspective, he was becoming psychologically functional for the first time. Jung distinguished between social adaptation and psychological authenticity. You can be highly adapted to society, which means you've perfected your persona performance, while being completely disconnected from your authentic self. In fact, Jung argued, most successful people, by collective standards, are precisely this, perfectly adapted to collective expectations, completely alienated from their actual being. David's 3 warnings, the exhaustion, the disgust, the intolerance, were all symptoms of the same thing. His persona was dying. The mask was becoming unbearable. And the only question was whether David would recognize this as an invitation to discover who he actually was beneath the performance, or whether he'd pathologize these warnings and spend the rest of his life trying to resurrect a false self that was already decomposing. Let me give you a framework Jung used to understand this process. He called it the cost of persona maintenance, though he never used exactly those words. This is the concept underlying his persona theory. Framework: the mask maintenance cost, energy audit exercise. Jung recognized that the persona requires constant energy expenditure. Every moment you're performing rather than being, you're spending psychological resources, and the psyche, your total psychological system, has limited resources. If you're spending all your energy on persona maintenance, you have nothing left for actual psychological development, for individuation, for becoming who you authentically are. Here's the exercise Jung would recommend. Audit your day through the lens of authenticity versus performance. For one full day, notice every moment where you're performing a self rather than being a self. Notice, when do you edit your words before speaking? When do you fake interest in conversations? When do you perform emotions you don't feel? When do you suppress reactions that feel authentic but socially unacceptable? When do you contort your behavior to match others' expectations? At the end of the day, calculate how many hours you spent actually being yourself versus performing yourself. For most people, the result is shocking. You might discover you spent 14 of your 16 waking hours in persona performance, with only 2 hours, maybe when you're alone, maybe never, where you drop the mask entirely. Now multiply that daily cost across years, across decades. You begin to understand why the exhaustion becomes unbearable. You begin to understand why the disgust emerges. You begin to understand why small talk becomes intolerable. The psyche is screaming, we cannot continue this. The cost is killing us. David eventually did this audit, though not through any therapeutic intervention. He did it because his body forced him to. He woke up one morning and found he physically could not get out of bed. Not because of depression, not because of illness, because his psyche had gone on strike. It had withdrawn all energy from persona maintenance and would not cooperate until David confronted what was happening. He called in sick to work. He lay in bed for 3 days. And on the 3rd day, something shifted. He realized, I don't actually want to be a lawyer. I never did. I became a lawyer because it was prestigious, because it made my parents proud, because it proved I was successful. But the David who chose that path doesn't exist. He never existed. He was always a performance. This recognition, this moment of seeing the persona for what it is what Jung called the beginning of consciousness. And it's terrifying, because once you see that your life has been built on performance, you have to confront the question, who would I be if I stopped performing? What would I want if I stopped wanting what I'm supposed to want? Who is underneath this mask? Those questions don't have easy answers. In fact, those questions are the beginning of the individuation process itself. They're the questions that will dominate the rest of your psychological development, once you start asking them honestly. But most people never ask them. Most people experience warnings 1-3 and immediately seek to restore the persona, to fix the mask, to get back to normal. They go to therapy not to dismantle the false self, but to make the false self more comfortable. They medicate the exhaustion rather than question what's causing it. They suppress the disgust rather than investigate what truth it's revealing. And you know what happens when you do that? When you suppress these warnings rather than heeding them? The psyche escalates. It sends louder warnings, deeper disruptions, more intense symptoms, because the self is not interested in making your persona comfortable. The self is interested in becoming conscious, in integrating shadow and light, in achieving wholeness. And if the only way to get your attention is to make your current life unbearable, the self will do exactly that. Which brings us to the next cluster of warnings, the shadow stirring. Because once the persona starts cracking, what's been hiding behind it starts pressing through. And what's been hiding behind your socially acceptable mask is everything you've disowned, rejected, and repressed about yourself. Everything you've labeled as unacceptable, everything you've judged in others, everything you've insisted you're not. Jung called this the shadow. And when it starts demanding recognition, which it will once awakening begins, the warnings become even more disturbing. Ask yourself, what version of yourself exhausts you the most? When do you feel most fraudulent? What would you say if you stopped editing your words? Comment below if you recognize yourself in David's story, because if you're experiencing any of these first 3 warnings, your persona is already dying. The only question is whether you'll recognize this as liberation or fight it as loss. If the first 3 warnings are about the mask cracking, the next 3 are about what's underneath the mask pressing toward the surface. And what's underneath, what Jung called the shadow, is everything about yourself that you've spent your life denying, suppressing, and projecting onto others. The shadow isn't evil. It's not your dark side in the moral sense that popular psychology uses that phrase. The shadow is simply everything that doesn't fit your ego identity, everything you've decided isn't acceptable to be. And here's the crucial thing Jung discovered. The shadow contains not just your negative qualities, but also your rejected virtues, your disowned power, your authentic desires that contradicted your persona's performance. Most people carry entire selves in their shadow, multiple full personalities that could have been lived but weren't, because they didn't match the collective script or the family expectations or the identity you constructed to gain love and acceptance. And those shadow selves don't disappear just because you've rejected them. They live on in the unconscious, gaining power, waiting for their moment to emerge. Pre-awakening is that moment, and when the shadow starts stirring, the warnings become visceral, violent, terrifying. Warning: 4 intrusive thoughts about destroying your life. Let me tell you about Sarah. She's 36, married for 12 years, mother of 2 young children. By every external metric, Sarah has a good life. Stable marriage, healthy kids, nice home in the suburbs, part-time job that allows her to be present for her family. She's done everything right according to the feminine script handed to her. And Sarah started having thoughts that horrified her, intrusive fantasies about leaving, not just her marriage, everything, packing a single bag and disappearing, getting in her car and driving until she reaches a place where no one knows her name. Starting over somewhere with nothing and no one. These weren't suicidal thoughts. She didn't want to die. She wanted to vanish. She wanted to erase the Sarah that existed and become someone, anyone else. And the violence of these thoughts terrified her because they came from nowhere, arrived unbidden, and felt almost tempting. Sarah did what most people do when they experience warnings or 4. She pathologized herself. She thought she was depressed. She thought something was wrong with her marriage. She thought she was a bad mother for having fantasies about abandoning her children. But here's what was actually happening. Sarah's shadow contained the woman she'd never allowed herself to be. The autonomous woman, the selfish woman, the woman who prioritized her own desires over others' needs, the woman who said no, the woman who took up space without apologizing. Sarah had disowned all of these qualities to become the good wife and mother that everyone expected. And now, as her awakening began, her shadow wasn't suggesting she literally abandon her family. It was demanding recognition. It was saying, you've been living entirely for others, entirely through service and sacrifice, and you've completely abandoned yourself. The intrusive thoughts weren't instructions. They were communications. The psyche's dramatic way of getting Sarah's attention. Jung called these egocidal urges, not suicidal but ego-death impulses. The psyche wants to kill the false self, the performed identity, the version of you that's been living according to others' scripts. But because most people identify completely with their ego persona, they experience this urge as a desire to destroy their entire life. This is warning number 4. Intrusive thoughts about leaving, destroying, erasing everything you've built. And these thoughts intensify until you understand what they're actually communicating. They're not telling you to literally blow up your life, though sometimes that is necessary. They're telling you that the current structure of your life cannot accommodate who you're becoming. Something has to give. Something has to die. The question is whether it will be your authentic self that dies again, or whether it will be the false structures that have been containing it. Sarah's intrusive thoughts persisted for months. They became more vivid, more detailed. She'd find herself researching cities she could disappear to. She'd calculate how much money she'd need to start over. She'd fantasize elaborate scenarios of her liberation, and the guilt was crushing because she loved her children. She didn't hate her husband. She had no good reason to want to leave. But the shadow doesn't operate on the ego's logic of good reasons. The shadow operates on the soul's logic of what's necessary for wholeness. And Sarah's soul was screaming that 12 years of complete self-abandonment had created a debt that needed paying, not through literal abandonment, but through reclaiming the disowned self. Then warning number 5 arrived, and things got even more intense. Warning number 5, unexpected rage at innocent things. Sarah was loading the dishwasher, routine domestic task, nothing unusual, when her husband walked in and said something completely benign. "Hey, did you remember to pick up my dry cleaning?" And Sarah exploded. Not raised voice, not irritation, volcanic rage. She threw the plate she was holding into the sink, where it shattered. She turned to him with fury that shocked both of them, and she screamed, "Get your own fucking dry cleaning. I am not your servant." Her husband stood there stunned. The kids ran in to see what was happening, and Sarah stood there, chest heaving, horrified at herself, but also, and this is what scared her most, feeling viciously, righteously satisfied, like something that had been compressed for years had finally detonated. This is warning number 5. Disproportionate volcanic rage at things that seem innocent or trivial. Your partner makes a simple request and you want to burn the house down. Your coworker uses a particular tone and you fantasize about verbal destruction. Someone expresses a mundane opinion and you feel homicidal fury. This isn't anger management issues. This is shadow eruption. This is everything you've been repressing, all the boundaries you didn't set, all the times you said yes when you meant no, all the moments you performed accommodation when you felt resistance, all of that compressed emotional energy finally breaking through the suppression. Jung wrote, "Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is." The blacker and denser, meaning the more you repress, the more pressure builds. The more you perform the good version of yourself, the more the shadow gains power, and eventually the pressure becomes so intense that the slightest trigger causes explosion. Sarah's rage at the dry cleaning comment had nothing to do with dry cleaning. It had to do with 12 years of being treated as and accepting the role of domestic support staff. 12 years of prioritizing everyone else's needs. 12 years of the shadow woman who wanted to say no, who wanted to be selfish, who wanted to matter, being told she was bad, wrong, unwomanly. And now that shadow woman was done being silent. She was breaking through the persona's suppression with the only language available to her after years of being ignored. Rage. Here's what makes warning number 5 so dangerous. The collective will immediately pathologize it. Sarah's husband wanted her to see a therapist. Her mother suggested she might need medication for mood swings. Her friends worried she was having a breakdown. Everyone's solution was to restore Sarah's previous equilibrium, to help her regulate the rage, to make her nice again, to fix whatever was causing her to behave so out of character. But it wasn't out of character. It was finally in character. The character that had been disowned was reclaiming her right to exist. The shadow was no longer willing to be shadow. Jung warned extensively about shadow possession versus shadow integration. When the shadow erupts without consciousness, when rage possesses you without understanding, that's shadow possession, and it is dangerous. People make destructive choices, hurt others, blow up their lives in ways they regret because the shadow has taken the driver's seat and the ego has been ejected entirely. But when you can observe the rage, when you can feel it without becoming it, when you can ask, what is this rage trying to tell me? That's the beginning of shadow integration. That's consciousness forming around unconscious content. That's the transformation from victim of your shadow to collaborator with your shadow. Sarah, after the plate-throwing incident, did something unexpected. Instead of immediately apologizing and pathologizing herself, she sat with the rage. She let herself feel it fully. And underneath the rage, she found something else. Grief. Profound grief for all the years she'd abandoned herself. Grief for the woman she could have been if she'd had permission to be selfish, to prioritize herself, to say no. And underneath the grief, something even more unexpected. Warning number 6, attraction to what you previously judged. Sarah found herself becoming inexplicably attracted to women who embodied everything she'd condemned, women who prioritized careers over motherhood, women who were unapologetically selfish, women who said no without explanation, women who took up space loudly, demanded what they wanted, refused to shrink or accommodate. She'd spent years judging these women. In fact, judging them had been part of her persona's identity. I'm not like those selfish career women. I chose family. I chose sacrifice. That makes me better, more moral, more feminine. But now she felt drawn to them, not sexually, though Jung noted that sometimes this attraction does manifest sexually, which terrifies people further, but psychologically. She wanted to be near them, to study them, to understand how they existed in the world with such unapology. This is warning number 6, sudden attraction to what you previously judged. The people, behaviors, qualities, lifestyles you condemned become mysteriously compelling. What disgusted you starts fascinating you. What you insisted you'd never do starts feeling possible, even desirable. Jung called this projection withdrawal. Let me explain what that means, because it's one of his most important discoveries. Most of what you see in others isn't actually about them. It's about you. When you have a strong emotional reaction to someone, particularly disgust or contempt, you're almost certainly encountering your own shadow content being lived out externally. The qualities you can't stand in others are the qualities you've disowned in yourself. And your psyche projects those disowned qualities onto other people so you can continue insisting, I'm not like that. Sarah's judgments of selfish career women were projections of her own disowned selfishness and ambition. By condemning these qualities in others, she could continue suppressing them in herself. She could maintain her persona as the sacrificial good mother by externalizing the shadow woman who wanted more. But pre-awakening forces projection withdrawal. The psyche starts pulling back those projections, demanding that you recognize what you hate in them is what you've rejected in yourself. What you judge in others is what you need to integrate within yourself. This is terrifying because it means you have to confront your own hypocrisy. It means admitting that the righteous judgments you've been making are actually confessions. Every time Sarah condemned a woman for being selfish, she was really saying, "I want to be selfish, but I've decided that's unacceptable, so I'll punish anyone who has the courage to do what I won't." Jung wrote, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But it only leads there if we're willing to turn the mirror around. If we're willing to ask, what does my disgust reveal about what I've disowned?" Sarah began watching these women she'd judged. She noticed how they moved through the world with authority, how they stated preferences without apology, how they protected their time and energy, how they existed as full human beings rather than support systems for others. And she realized, I want that. I've always wanted that. I've spent years pretending I didn't want that, performing sacrifice as virtue, but the truth is, I've been dying of wanting that. This recognition, this withdrawal of projection, fundamentally altered Sarah's relationships. Because once you stop projecting your disowned qualities onto others, you stop needing them to play those roles for you. You stop needing villains to embody what you won't embody. You stop needing scapegoats to carry what you won't carry. But here's where it gets even more complex. Projection withdrawal doesn't just affect how you see strangers. It affects your most intimate relationships. Sarah started seeing her husband differently. She realized she'd been projecting her disowned assertiveness onto him, seeing him as controlling and demanding when really he was just existing. She'd made him the bad guy so she could remain the victim, so she could avoid taking responsibility for her own lack of boundaries. When you withdraw that projection, you have to face something uncomfortable. I created this dynamic. I chose this role. I've been complicit in my own suppression. Your partner isn't your oppressor. Your persona is. And that's a harder truth to face because it means you can't blame anyone else for where you are. Let me give you the framework Jung used to work with shadow content. Framework. Shadow mapping exercise. Jung developed a method for identifying your shadow content by tracking your judgments. Here's how it works. Take a piece of paper and divide it into 2 columns. In the left column, list every quality, behavior, or characteristic in others that triggers strong negative emotion in you. Not mild dislike, visceral disgust, contempt, rage. Write them all down. Examples might be people who are selfish, people who are overly emotional, people who are manipulative, people who are weak, people who are aggressive, people who are attention-seeking. In the right column, for each judgment, complete this sentence. If I allowed myself to be that quality, I would. So, if I allowed myself to be selfish, I would prioritize my own needs, say no without guilt, stop abandoning myself for others. What you'll discover is that every judgment reveals a disowned desire. Every condemnation points to something you've rejected in yourself that wants recognition. The qualities you can't tolerate in others are the qualities you need to integrate within yourself. This doesn't mean you need to become the extreme version of what you judge. Shadow integration isn't about becoming selfish if you've been selfless. It's about finding the balance. It's about allowing yourself access to the full spectrum of human qualities rather than living in only the acceptable half. Sarah did this exercise and filled pages. She judged selfishness. and discovered she needed more selfishness. She judged emotional volatility and discovered she needed permission to express rather than suppress emotion. She judged women who prioritized ambition and discovered she had ambitions she'd never allowed herself to pursue. Each judgment was a breadcrumb leading back to her authentic self. Each projection was a map to her wholeness. And as she withdrew these projections, as she reclaimed these disowned qualities, something remarkable happened. She became more complex, more nuanced, more human. She stopped being the one-dimensional good mother and became a full person who contained multitudes, who could be selfish and generous, strong and vulnerable, ambitious and nurturing. She stopped performing a role and started inhabiting a self. But this process wasn't peaceful. Shadow integration never is, because every quality you integrate challenges your ego identity. Every disowned aspect you reclaim means admitting, I was wrong about who I am. I've been lying to myself about what I want. I've been living according to someone else's values. And those admissions create what Jung called an identity crisis. But not crisis in the pathological sense. Crisis in the transformational sense. The Greek word crisis means decision point, turning point. Shadow integration creates a decision point. Will you continue identifying with the persona you've performed, or will you expand into the complexity of who you actually are? For Sarah, this crisis manifested in dreams, intense, disturbing dreams that became warnings for 7 and beyond. But before we get there, I need you to understand something critical about shadow work. The shadow isn't your enemy. The shadow is your ally that's been imprisoned. Every quality you've disowned, every desire you've suppressed, every part of yourself you've rejected, they're all still there, still alive, still trying to participate in your life. And they will keep trying, with increasing intensity, until you give them recognition. The intrusive thoughts about destroying your life, that's your shadow trying to get your attention. The volcanic rage at innocent things, that's your shadow demanding expression. The attraction to what you previously judged, that's your shadow showing you what needs integration. These warnings aren't pathological. They're precisely the opposite. They're your psyche's health manifesting as symptoms, because health has no other way to announce itself in a system built entirely on suppression. Jung warned that if you don't integrate your shadow consciously, it will integrate itself unconsciously, through compulsions, through addictions, through destructive behaviors you can't explain, through becoming precisely what you've spent your life insisting you're not. The shadow will have its day. The only question is whether you'll participate in that emergence consciously or whether it will possess you without your consent. Sarah was at that decision point. The first 6 warnings had arrived. Her persona was cracking, her shadow was erupting, her projections were withdrawing, and she had 2 choices: pathologize these experiences and fight to restore her previous unconscious equilibrium, or recognize them as invitations to consciousness and surrender to the transformation. What would you choose? If intrusive thoughts arrived about destroying your carefully constructed life, would you medicate them or investigate them? If rage erupted at people you love, would you suppress it or ask what it's revealing? If you found yourself attracted to what you've always judged, would you condemn yourself or become curious about what that attraction is teaching you? Comment below if you've experienced any of these shadow warnings. Comment if you've had thoughts that terrified you because they contradicted everything you thought you believed about yourself. Because if you're experiencing warnings 4-6, your shadow is no longer willing to remain in the dark. It's pressing toward consciousness. And the only question is whether you'll meet it with awareness or with resistance. The next cluster of warnings moves beyond persona and shadow into something even more unsettling. Perception itself begins to change. Reality stops behaving according to the materialist rules you've always assumed were absolute. Synchronicities multiply, time distorts, and you begin to suspect that consciousness and reality aren't separate things. They're intimately interconnected in ways that both science and society have systematically denied. When Jung broke from Freud in 1913, something strange began happening. Coincidences multiplied in his life with such frequency and precision that even his scientific mind couldn't dismiss them as random. A patient would tell him a dream featuring a specific symbol, and hours later, Jung would encounter that exact symbol in a book he'd randomly opened. He'd be thinking about a particular concept, and a letter would arrive from a colleague exploring that identical idea, written before they could have communicated. At first, Jung tried to explain these experiences through conventional causality, but the experiences persisted, intensified, and eventually forced him to develop an entirely new theoretical framework: synchronicity, meaningful coincidence without causal connection, events linked not through cause and effect, but through meaning. This wasn't mysticism, though it sounded like it. Jung was proposing that consciousness and matter exist in a continuum, that psyche and world interpenetrate, that the subjective and objective aren't separate realms, but different aspects of the same underlying reality. And pre-awakening, he discovered, is when this underlying unity becomes impossible to ignore. Warning, 7. Overwhelming sense of being watched or guided. Sarah's shadow work had opened something. After months of confronting her projections, integrating her rage, acknowledging her disowned desires, she started experiencing something she couldn't explain to anyone without sounding delusional. She felt watched, not paranoid surveillance, not the anxiety of being judged, something else entirely. She'd be sitting in her car before going into the grocery store, wrestling with some psychological insight, and she'd feel this palpable sense of presence, like something larger than her individual consciousness was observing, guiding, nudging her toward awareness. She'd be reading a book, and a particular sentence would seem to glow on the page, not literally but phenomenologically, like that sentence was meant specifically for her, like some intelligence had orchestrated her finding exactly that sentence at exactly this moment in her development. And it wasn't occasional, it was constant. This is warning 7. The overwhelming sense of being watched, guided, or accompanied by something you can't name. Some people experience it as divine presence, others as ancestral spirits, others as the universe itself becoming conscious and responsive. Jung called it encountering the self with a capital S, that archetype of wholeness and totality that transcends the limited ego identity. But here's what makes this warning so destabilizing. Modern consciousness is built on the assumption that you're separate from the universe, that consciousness is a local phenomenon contained in your skull, that the world out there is independent of your awareness in here. Warning 7 shatters that assumption. It creates the direct experiential sense that consciousness isn't local at all, that it's participating in something vast, interconnected, and somehow aware of your individual journey. From the psychiatric perspective, this is a red flag. Feelings of being watched can indicate paranoid delusions, psychotic break, schizophrenic onset, and sometimes that's exactly what they indicate. But sometimes, and Jung spent his career making this distinction, they indicate consciousness expanding beyond ego boundaries and encountering the reality of the collective unconscious. How do you tell the difference? The crucial distinction is integration versus fragmentation. In psychosis, the sense of being watched is accompanied by terror, by loss of coherence, by inability to function, by paranoid belief systems that become rigid and disconnected from reality. The person fragments. In spiritual emergence, the sense of being watched is accompanied by awe, by increased coherence around a symbolic center by deepening capacity to function authentically, by flexible awareness that can hold multiple interpretations. The person integrates. Sarah's experience was the latter. She wasn't fragmenting, she was becoming more whole. The sense of being guided wasn't making her paranoid, it was making her attentive. She started noticing synchronicities everywhere. Warning: 8. Impossible coincidences multiply. Sarah would think about her college roommate she hadn't spoken to in 15 years, and the next day, that person would email her out of nowhere. She'd be struggling with a particular question about her marriage, and she'd overhear a conversation in a coffee shop between strangers who were discussing the exact same issue, using words that felt like they were speaking directly to her situation. She'd be driving and thinking, I need a sign that I'm on the right path with this shadow work. And immediately, not hours later, immediately, a car would cut in front of her with a license plate that read shadow. This wasn't one or two coincidences. This was daily, sometimes hourly, manifestations of impossible precision. This is warning number 8. Synchronicities multiply to the point where calling them random becomes more delusional than calling them meaningful. The universe, or your consciousness, or the collective unconscious, or whatever language you use, seems to be responding to your thoughts, your questions, your psychological process. Jung spent decades studying this phenomenon. He documented thousands of examples from his own life and his patients' lives. He collaborated with the physicist Wolfgang Pauli, trying to develop a theoretical framework that could account for synchronistic events. And he concluded, consciousness and matter aren't separate. They're two aspects of what he called the unus mundus, the unitary reality underlying both psyche and world. When awakening begins, when consciousness starts expanding beyond ego boundaries, you become aware of this interconnection. You start noticing what's always been there, but filtered out by the rationalist, materialist worldview. You begin experiencing what indigenous cultures and mystical traditions have always known. Reality is responsive. The world speaks. Meaning is everywhere if you have eyes to see it. But again, the collective will pathologize this. Sarah couldn't tell her friends about the synchronicities without them looking at her with concern. One friend suggested she might be experiencing pattern recognition on overdrive due to stress. Another recommended she talk to her doctor about anxiety. Nobody could accept the possibility that what Sarah was experiencing was real, that meaning isn't just projected onto a dead universe, but is intrinsic to a living cosmos. Jung wrote, synchronicity is an ever-present reality for those who have eyes to see. The key phrase, for those who have eyes to see. Pre-awakening opens those eyes. You start perceiving what was always there but invisible to ego consciousness. And that perception creates a fundamental loneliness because you're seeing something that consensus reality insists doesn't exist. Sarah started keeping a synchronicity journal. Every meaningful coincidence, every impossible timing, every moment where the world seemed to respond to her inner state, she documented it all. And patterns emerged. Certain symbols repeated. Certain numbers appeared before major transitions. The synchronicities weren't random chaos. They had their own grammar, their own symbolic language. Jung called this the symbolic function, the psyche's capacity to create and recognize meaning through symbols. And he argued that synchronistic events are the external manifestation of internal symbolic processes. Your unconscious communicates through symbols in dreams. The collective unconscious communicates through symbols in synchronistic events. Same language, different medium. One symbol kept appearing for Sarah, crows. She'd see crows everywhere, on her drives, outside her window, in artwork, in conversation. always at moments when she was contemplating transformation, considering whether to make changes in her life. And then she researched crow symbolism and found, across cultures, crows are associated with transformation, death, rebirth cycles, messages between worlds. Was this coincidence? Or was her unconscious using crows as a symbolic communication about her psychological death-rebirth process, and her consciousness was becoming sensitive enough to notice this communication manifesting externally? Jung would say, the question assumes psyche and world are separate, but they're not. The crow appearing externally and the crow meaning something internally aren't two different events. They're the same event perceived from different angles. If this sounds too abstract, let me share a synchronistic experience from my own journey that helped me understand what Jung meant. Personal vulnerability, my own synchronicity experience. Years ago, when I was going through my own persona collapse, I was wrestling with the question of whether to leave a career that looked perfect from the outside but felt like spiritual death on the inside. I was terrified to leave. I had no backup plan. I had responsibilities. The rational choice was to stay. But I kept having these intrusive thoughts, warning remember, about just walking away. And I'd think, I need clarity. I need to know if this impulse is authentic guidance or just fear and ego. I need something to help me discern. The next day, I was walking through a bookstore, not looking for anything in particular, just killing time. And a book literally fell off the shelf in front of me. I'm not exaggerating for effect. The book fell from the shelf as I walked past, landed at my feet, fell open to a specific page. I picked it up. It was a book I'd never heard of by an author I didn't know. And the page it had opened to contained a single paragraph that addressed, word for word, the exact question I'd been wrestling with. It talked about the courage required to abandon false security for authentic uncertainty. It used the exact metaphors I'd been thinking about. It felt impossible. I bought the book. I read the whole thing. That one paragraph remained the most significant, but the entire book became a roadmap for the transition I was terrified to make. And I learned something Jung had been trying to teach all along. When you're aligned with the individuation process, when you're moving toward wholeness rather than away from it, reality itself seems to conspire to support you. That synchronicity gave me the courage to leave. And the life I stepped into, the one that emerged from that death, has been immeasurably more authentic than the one I left behind. The synchronicity didn't make the transition easy, but it gave me a sense of being accompanied, guided, not alone in the psychological wilderness I was entering. And that's what warnings Rebirth 7 and Rebirth 8 are really about. You're not alone. You've never been alone. Consciousness is not a lonely island in a dead universe. You're participating in something vast, intelligent, and responsive. The collective unconscious isn't just internal, it manifests externally in the world, in synchronistic events that guide you toward wholeness. But there's another perceptual shift that happens pre-awakening, one that's even more disorienting than synchronicity. Warning, number 9, time distortions and déjà vu loops. Sarah started experiencing time differently. Moments would stretch. A conversation that lasted 5 minutes would feel like hours, not in the tedious sense, but in the depth sense. She'd have exchanges with people where it felt like she was perceiving multiple temporal layers simultaneously. This present conversation, plus all the historical context that led to this moment, plus potential future implications, and déjà vu became frequent, but not the normal kind. Not just, I've been here before. More like, I've already lived this moment, or I'm remembering the future. She'd have dreams at night that would manifest as reality days or weeks later, but not predictive dreams exactly. More like she was experiencing moments out of sequence and time was revealing itself as less linear than she'd always assumed. This is warning number 9. Time distortions, profound déjà vu experiences, sensing future nostalgia or past premonitions. Linear time, the assumption that past is fixed, present is fleeting, and future is undetermined, starts feeling like a construct rather than reality. You begin experiencing time as Jung conceived it, as a psychological phenomenon rather than an objective absolute. Jung argued that the unconscious is timeless. Dreams don't operate in linear time. They condense past, present, and future into symbolic narratives. Synchronistic events don't respect causality. They link temporally distant events through meaning rather than mechanism. And the deeper you go into consciousness, the more you encounter this timeless dimension. Some people experience this as precognitive dreams, others as moments of profound presentness, where past and future collapse into an eternal now. Others as sensing the full consequences of choices before making them, living out entire potential timelines in seconds of psychological time. Sarah would be in conversation with her husband, and she'd suddenly experience the full weight of their 12-year history. Every resentment, every moment of connection, every compromise, every betrayal, as if it were all happening simultaneously. She'd see the relationship from outside time, perceive its entire arc from beginning to inevitable ending, and then snap back into the present conversation which continued as if no time had passed. These experiences terrified her initially because they felt psychotic. They felt like dissociation, like losing her grip on reality, but there was a quality to them, a coherence, a meaningfulness, a sense of seeing more deeply rather than breaking down, that made them feel more like expansion than fragmentation. Jung distinguished between dissociation, pathological fragmentation, and transcendence, expanded consciousness. Both can look similar from outside. Someone seems not present, seems to be operating in an alternate reality. But dissociation creates disconnection and dysfunction, while transcendence creates deeper connection and enhanced function. Sarah's time experiences weren't making her less functional. They were making her more discerning. She could sense when conversations were authentic or performative. She could feel when relationships had exhausted their purpose versus when they had growth potential. She could perceive the patterns repeating in her life and make different choices. The expanded time sense gave her access to information that linear perception had obscured. The synchronicity test: how to distinguish meaningful from random. Let me give you a framework Jung developed for evaluating whether synchronistic and perceptual experiences are meaningful or just pattern recognition run amok. Because this distinction matters, some people become so hungry for meaning that they turn every coincidence into cosmic significance, which is its own form of inflation and delusion. Jung's test has 3 criteria. 1. Emotional intensity. Genuine synchronicities carry strong emotional charge, not just, "oh, that's interesting," but a felt sense of significance that penetrates deeply. If it feels merely curious or you're trying to convince yourself it's meaningful, it's probably just coincidence. 2. Symbolic coherence. Genuine synchronicities connect to your psychological process through symbol, metaphor, or meaning. There's a clear relationship between the external event and your internal state. Random coincidences lack this coherence. 3. Productive outcome. Genuine synchronicities move you towards greater consciousness, wholeness, or integration. They produce insight, shift perspective, or facilitate development. Meaningless coincidences don't produce transformation. Apply this test to Sarah's crow synchronicity. Did seeing crows carry emotional intensity? Yes, each sighting gave her chills, a sense of being seen. Did it have symbolic coherence? Yes, crows appear in mythology as transformation guides, matching her psychological death-rebirth process. Did it produce outcome? Yes. The recurring symbol helped her trust the process rather than abort it. But if Sarah started seeing meaning in every bird, every number, every random event, if she lost discernment and turned into someone interpreting grocery receipts as cosmic messages, that would indicate inflation, not awakening. That would indicate ego trying to claim archetypal significance rather than consciousness genuinely expanding. This is the razor's edge of warnings. 7.9. They involve real perceptual shifts that can be mistaken for or can deteriorate into delusion. You need tremendous discernment to navigate this territory. You need to remain grounded while exploring the expanded states. You need to be able to hold both perspectives. Yes, I'm experiencing reality as more meaningful and responsive. And I could be wrong. I could be projecting. I need to stay humble and discerning. Jung maintained this balance his entire life. He documented his synchronistic experiences meticulously, but also continued his scientific work, never abandoning rigor or rationality. He explored visionary states but retained the capacity to analyze them objectively. He didn't choose between rationality and mysticism. He integrated both, which is the hallmark of genuine individuation. Comment if you've experienced synchronicities that felt too precise to be random. Comment if you've had time distortions or déjà vu experiences that shifted your perception of reality. But also ask yourself, am I staying grounded? Am I maintaining discernment? Or am I getting inflated, turning every coincidence into cosmic confirmation of my specialness? Because that's the shadow side of these warnings. They can feed ego inflation, make you think you're chosen, special, more awakened than others. And that inflation is precisely what prevents actual awakening. Real consciousness expansion creates humility, not superiority. It reveals how much you don't know, not how much you do. The next warnings move from perception into relationships, because once your persona cracks, your shadow stirs and your perception expands. Your relationships cannot remain unchanged, and that might be the most painful part of awakening, discovering that people you love can't come with you on this journey. Jung wrote, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." But what he didn't always emphasize is the corollary. If only one person is transforming the chemical, reaction becomes toxic. The relationship can't hold. Something has to give. This is where awakening gets lonely. This is where people turn back, abort the process. Choose unconsciousness because maintaining relationships feels more important than maintaining consciousness. And Jung had compassion for that choice, but he also warned, if you abandon your individuation to preserve relationships built on your unconscious self, you don't save the relationships. You just guarantee that both you and the relationships will deteriorate. Warning. Now 10. Sudden clarity about who's been using you after months of shadow work, synchronicity tracking, and time perception shifts. Sarah began seeing her relationships with shocking clarity. It was like someone turned on lights in rooms that had been dark her entire life. And what she saw devastated her. Her mother had been using her as an emotional support animal for decades. Every phone call, every visit, every interaction, it was always about her mother's needs, her mother's problems, her mother's feelings. Sarah had been cast in the role of emotional caretaker so early and so thoroughly that she'd never questioned it. She thought that's what good daughters did. She thought that was love. But now, with her shadow integrated enough to recognize her own disowned needs, she could see the extraction. She could feel how every interaction with her mother left her drained, depleted, smaller, how her mother unconsciously required Sarah to remain dependent and uncertain so Mom could play rescuer and advisor. how any sign of Sarah's strength or independence was subtly undermined. This wasn't conscious manipulation. It never is. Her mother wasn't a villain, but she was operating from her own unconscious patterns, and those patterns required Sarah to play a specific role. And Sarah had been playing that role flawlessly for 36 years. She also saw it in her marriage. Her husband wasn't overtly controlling or abusive, but their entire relationship dynamic was built on Sarah being the accommodating one, the flexible one, the one who adjusted her needs to fit his life. When they made decisions, his career took priority, his preferences determined their lifestyle, his comfort dictated the emotional climate of their home. Again, not conscious exploitation. He probably thought they had a partnership, thought he was a good husband. But partnership implies equal exchange, and Sarah had been doing 80% of the emotional labor, 90% of the life adjustment, 100% of the self-suppression, and she'd been doing it so thoroughly that neither of them had noticed. This is warning number 10. You suddenly see the extraction patterns in your relationships with piercing clarity. The energetic vampirism you'd been blind to becomes obvious. The people who require your smallness to feel big become visible. The dynamics built on your self-abandonment reveal themselves as unsustainable. Jung called this withdrawal of projections, but it's more than that. It's also the development of what he called psychological boundaries, the capacity to distinguish between your psychic contents and others' psychic contents, between authentic relating and unconscious role-playing. Most relationships aren't based on conscious relating. They're based on unconscious contracts. I'll play this role if you play that role. I'll carry your shadow if you carry mine. I'll be your mother figure if you be my child. I'll be strong if you be weak. These contracts are rarely explicit. They form unconsciously and are maintained unconsciously. And they work perfectly fine until one person starts becoming conscious. When Sarah started individuating, she stopped playing her assigned role. She stopped being the endless emotional resource. She stopped accommodating without resentment. She stopped pretending her needs didn't exist. And the moment she stopped playing her role, the unconscious contracts broke down. Her mother became anxious, then angry. You've changed. You're not yourself. I'm worried about you. Translation: you're not playing your role anymore, and that threatens our dynamic. Sarah's husband became distant, passive-aggressive. I feel like I don't know you anymore. You're always upset about something. Translation: you're not managing my emotional life for me anymore, and I'm uncomfortable. This is the excruciating part. The people who claim to love you might actually be loving the role you play, not who you authentically are. And when you stop performing that role, their love withdraws, not because they're evil, but because their unconscious needs require you to remain unconscious. Jung discovered this in his own life. When he broke from Freud and began his own individuation, he lost most of his professional relationships. People who'd been colleagues became enemies. Those who'd praised him as Freud's heir condemned him as a traitor, because he'd stopped playing the assigned role of Freud's protégé and started being himself. And the psychological community couldn't tolerate that transformation. The mirror effect. What you see in others is what you must face in yourself. But here's where it gets more complex. Sarah's clarity about being used was accurate, and it was incomplete because she also had to confront her own participation in these dynamics. She had to face the uncomfortable truth. People can only use you if you make yourself available to be used. Sarah had been using her mother too, using her for validation, for the identity of good daughter, for the false sense of purpose that came from being needed. Sarah had been using her marriage too, using it for security, for the social acceptance of being a wife, for the excuse to avoid discovering who she was outside relationship to others. This is the mirror effect Jung emphasized. Every complaint about others is also a confession about yourself. When you see exploitation in relationships, you have to ask, what am I getting from being exploited? What does playing victim allow me to avoid? What role is my unconscious playing in creating these dynamics? For Sarah, the answers were humbling. She'd been playing victim martyr because it gave her moral superiority. She could be the good one, the sacrificial one, the one who gave more than she received. That identity protected her from having to take full responsibility for her life. As long as she was being used, she could blame others for her unfulfilled existence. Jung called this identification with the victim archetype, and he warned it's one of the most seductive traps because it feels righteous. You get to be morally superior while remaining psychologically stunted. You get to blame others while avoiding the terror of your own freedom. Sarah had to withdraw that projection too. She had to face, I'm not just a victim of these relationships. I'm a co-creator of these dynamics. I trained people to use me by never having boundaries. I invited exploitation by being endlessly available. And now that I'm becoming conscious, I have to take responsibility for my part, not to shame myself, but to reclaim my power. This realization creates a crisis. If I'm not a victim, then I have to change. I can't just wait for others to treat me better. I have to behave differently, set boundaries, risk conflict, possibly lose relationships. The victim identity is passive. Agency is active and terrifying. Warning. 11. Inexplicable distance from loved ones. Even with people Sarah genuinely loved, people who hadn't exploited her, people who'd been supportive, she felt an inexplicable distance emerging. Not anger, not resentment, just separation, like she was vibrating at a different frequency and could no longer match theirs. She'd be in conversations with her closest friend, someone she'd known since childhood, someone she cared about deeply, and feel utterly alone. Not because the friend was doing anything wrong, but because Sarah was experiencing reality in a way her friend couldn't access. She was perceiving multiple dimensions of meaning in every interaction. She was holding paradoxes that her friend's consciousness couldn't yet hold. This is warning, chapter 11. Inexplicable distance from loved ones, even relationships that are healthy. You're not depressed, you're dimensional. You're not withdrawing, you're outgrowing. And the loneliness is profound because you still care about these people, but you can no longer pretend to experience reality the way you used to. Jung called this the loneliness of the individuating person. He wrote extensively about how consciousness evolution creates separation from the collective, even separation from people you love, because you're no longer operating from collective values and assumptions. You're operating from individual authority, from direct relationship with the unconscious, from a center that isn't socially conditioned. And people sense this, even if they can't articulate it. They sense you're no longer fully participating in consensus reality. They sense you've accessed something they haven't. And that creates discomfort, sometimes resentment, sometimes fear, because your transformation reminds them of their own unlived life, their own suppressed authenticity, their own refusal to awaken. Sarah's friend started making subtle comments. You're so serious now. You never want to just have fun anymore. You're always analyzing everything. Translation: your consciousness makes me uncomfortable with my unconsciousness. You've become so selfish lately. It's like you only care about your own journey. Translation: you're not performing your role of validating my choices anymore. These comments hurt because Sarah wasn't trying to be superior or withdrawn. She was just different. She couldn't unknow what she'd learned. She couldn't unsee what she'd seen. She couldn't return to surface conversations and pretend they satisfied her. And the gap between her consciousness and her friend's consciousness was widening. Jung warned about this explicitly. He said, individuation creates an unbridgeable gap between those who've undergone it and those who haven't. Not because individuated people are better, Jung hated spiritual superiority, but because the experience of consciousness expansion fundamentally changes how you perceive reality, and that creates genuine incompatibility with consensus consciousness. Framework: relationship inventory during awakening. Let me give you a practical framework for navigating this painful territory. Jung developed what I call the relationship inventory during awakening. Though he never named it this explicitly, it's implicit in his work on individuation and relationships. Take all your significant relationships and sort them into 4 categories. Category 1, relationships built on your false self. These are connections that require you to remain unconscious, to keep playing your assigned role, to suppress your authentic being. The relationship serves the personas, not the persons. When you start awakening, these relationships become toxic, not because the other person is bad, but because the dynamic is built on mutual unconsciousness. What to do? These relationships must transform or end. You can attempt conscious renegotiation. I'm changing. This dynamic has to change. Can we find a new way to relate? But if the other person isn't willing or able to transform with you, the relationship has to end. Not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. You can't sacrifice your awakening to preserve a bond built on your sleep. Category 2, relationships built on mutual growth. These are rare but precious connections where both people are consciously working on themselves, supporting each other's individuation, willing to let the relationship evolve as you both evolve. These relationships get deeper during awakening, not shallower, but they also get more confrontational because growth requires challenging each other's blind spots. What to do? Treasure these, invest in them, be willing to have difficult conversations. These are the relationships that survive awakening and become more authentic on the other side. Category 3, relationships in transition. These connections aren't obviously toxic, but they're not clearly growth-oriented either. The other person isn't exploiting you, but they're not evolving with you. There's genuine care, but increasing incompatibility. These are the relationships that cause the most grief because there's no clear villain, just diverging paths. What to do? Give them time. Some people will eventually follow your consciousness expansion. They need to see it survivable before attempting it themselves. Others won't, and the relationship will naturally dissolve without drama. Don't force premature endings, but don't perform connection you don't feel. Category 4, relationships built on authentic recognition. These might be new connections that form during awakening, or old relationships that survive transformation. They're based on seeing and being seen authentically. No roles, no projections, no unconscious contracts, just 2 conscious beings choosing to relate from wholeness. What to do? These are your future. As you individuate, you'll attract and be attracted to others who've done similar psychological work. These relationships feel different, less intense drama, more genuine depth, less enmeshment, more autonomy, less needing, more choosing. Sarah did this inventory and had to face painful truths. Her mother, category 1. The relationship was built entirely on Sarah's false self, and her mother was not willing to transform. Sarah would have to accept massive distance or total separation. Her husband, category 3. Not evil, not exploiting, but not evolving either. The relationship could survive only if he began his own consciousness work, and that wasn't something Sarah could force. Her childhood friend, category 3, drifting toward 1. The friend was comfortable with unconscious living and felt threatened by Sarah's transformation. Some friendships in her life, category 2, A few people who recognized what Sarah was going through because they'd been through it themselves. And gradually, Sarah was meeting Category 4 people, individuals who'd individuated, who operated from authentic authority, who could meet her at her new level of consciousness. The grief of outgrowing people you love. Let me speak directly to this pain because Jung understood it intimately and because it's where many people turn back from awakening. You can love someone and outgrow them. You can care deeply about people and recognize they can't come with you where you're going. And that grief is real, valid, excruciating. You're not becoming spiritually superior when you outgrow relationships. You're becoming dimensionally different. And that difference creates incompatibility that love alone can't bridge. Because love without consciousness becomes codependency, enabling mutual sleep. Jung lost his mentor. He lost colleagues. He went through a period where his own wife couldn't fully understand what he was experiencing. He wrote about the isolation of the individuation journey with real sadness. Not because he regretted the journey, but because he understood its cost. But he also wrote, "The psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside as fate." Meaning, if you abandon your awakening to preserve relationships built on unconsciousness, you don't save the relationships. You guarantee their eventual destruction, because unconscious living creates unconscious consequences. Suppression creates pathology, and pathology destroys relationships far more devastatingly than consciousness ever could. So you have a choice: conscious transformation that might end some relationships, but creates the possibility for authentic connection, or unconscious preservation that maintains relationships temporarily, but guarantees eventual toxicity, resentment, and collapse. Sarah made her choice. She accepted the grief of distance from her mother, the potential end of her marriage, the loss of friendships that couldn't survive her transformation. And yes, it hurt. Yes, she mourned. But she also felt something unexpected: relief. The relief of no longer performing, the relief of authentic solitude being preferable to inauthentic connection, the relief of discovering that being alone with consciousness felt less lonely than being surrounded by people while being unseen. Jung promised that if you commit to individuation, you won't stay alone. You'll find your people, the others who've done the work, who can meet you consciously, who recognize your authentic being. But you have to be willing to release those who can only relate to your false self. Comment if you're experiencing this relational recalibration. Comment if you've discovered people in your life require your smallness. Comment if you're feeling the grief of outgrowing relationships that once sustained you. Because if you're experiencing warnings 10-11, you're in one of the most painful phases of awakening. But you're also approaching something crucial, something Jung called the dark night, or the void, where everything that gave life meaning temporarily evaporates. And that's where awakening either completes or aborts. That's the territory we're entering next. We've arrived at the warning that stops most people from completing their awakening, the warning that sends people running back to therapy, to medication, to anything that will restore the previous equilibrium, the warning that looks so much like clinical depression that even sophisticated practitioners misdiagnose it. Jung called it voluntary death. Christian mystics called it the dark night of the soul. Buddhist traditions call it the realm of hungry ghosts. But whatever name you use, the experience is consistent. Everything that gave your life meaning evaporates simultaneously. Warning Da Kamerun 12, the void, losing all meaning and motivation simultaneously. Sarah's shadow work, her synchronicity tracking, her relationship recalibration, all of it had been difficult but purposeful. She'd felt like she was moving toward something, becoming someone more authentic, even if the process hurt. But then something shifted. She woke up one morning and felt nothing. Not depression, not sadness, not even the grief she'd been feeling about outgrown relationships. Just hollow absence where meaning used to live. Her children, who she loved deeply, looked like biological organisms she happened to live with. Her work felt like arbitrary movement of resources without purpose. Her spiritual practices felt like empty rituals performed by rote. Everything she'd been working toward, this individuation process, this consciousness expansion, this awakening, suddenly felt like a story she'd been telling herself to avoid facing the truth. There is no meaning, there is no purpose, there is no self-guiding the process. There's just chaos, biological drives, and the human tendency to project significance onto randomness. She wasn't suicidal, she didn't want to die, but she also didn't want to be. Existence itself felt like a burden without justification, not painful enough to end, not meaningful enough to continue, just void. This is Warning Number 12, the complete simultaneous collapse of meaning, motivation, and certainty, the dark night where every philosophical foundation you've built dissolves, where awakening itself feels like the delusion and the void feels like the only truth. And here's what makes this so dangerous. It looks exactly like major depressive disorder. The symptoms are identical: anhedonia, inability to experience pleasure; avolition, lack of motivation; meaninglessness, existential despair. A psychiatrist evaluating Sarah in this state would have diagnosed depression, prescribed medication, potentially hospitalized her if she seemed at risk. But Jung argued, and this is controversial, this is where mainstream psychology parts ways with depth psychology, that the dark night is not pathology, it's passage. It's the necessary decomposition of the ego identity before the self can fully emerge. Think about metamorphosis again. Inside the cocoon, the caterpillar doesn't just grow wings. It completely liquefies. Its entire cellular structure breaks down into primordial soup. For a period, it's neither caterpillar nor butterfly. It's nothing, just undifferentiated biological potential. If you opened the cocoon during this phase, you wouldn't find an organism. You'd find goo. The dark night is psychological liquefaction. Everything you've been, every identity, every belief, every structure has to decompose before something new can form. And in the middle of that decomposition, there's a phase where you're nothing, where the old you has died, but the new you hasn't been born, where you exist in the void, between identities with no ground under your feet. Jung experienced this personally. Between 1913 and 1916, after his break from Freud, Jung entered his own dark night. He recorded the experience in what would become the Red Book, a document he kept private for decades because it was so disturbing, so seemingly psychotic, that he feared it would destroy his reputation if made public. Jung's Red Book Descent, a case study in voluntary death. Jung described feeling like he was standing on the edge of an abyss. His entire professional identity had collapsed. His theories felt inadequate. His certainties had dissolved. And instead of running from this dissolution, he made a radical choice. He decided to descend voluntarily into the unconscious and see where it led. He began active imagination sessions where he dialogued with figures from his unconscious. He encountered what he described as a sea of blood, visions of apocalyptic destruction, figures who challenged everything he thought he knew. He met what he called Philemon, an ancient wise figure who taught him that the psyche contains intelligences independent of ego, that consciousness is more mysterious than science admits. For 3 years, Jung lived in 2 worlds, the external world where he maintained his practice, supported his family, appeared functional, and the internal world where he was being psychologically dismembered and reconstructed. He wrote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. in all disorder, a secret order. But he could only write that in hindsight. During the experience, there was no certainty of cosmos, only the chaos. What kept Jung from being consumed by this process? What distinguished his dark night from actual psychotic break? Three things. 1. He retained the capacity for observation. Even amid the most disturbing visions, Jung could step back and observe what was happening. He could record it, analyze it, maintain some thread of consciousness that wasn't identified with the content. This is the crucial difference between spiritual emergency and psychiatric emergency. Can you observe your own process, or have you become it entirely? 2. He had a symbolic framework. Jung understood these experiences through the lens of myth, alchemy, religious symbolism. He could interpret what was happening as meaningful psychological death-rebirth rather than meaningless fragmentation. The symbolic framework didn't make it less painful, but it made it bearable because it had context. 3. He committed to the process rather than aborting it. This is the hardest part. Jung didn't seek medication to stop the visions. He didn't try to restore his previous equilibrium. He trusted, or perhaps trusted is too strong. He gambled that if he allowed the process to complete, something genuine would emerge on the other side. And it did. The Jung who emerged from the Red Book period was different from the Jung who entered it. The old Jung, the one who believed in rational reductionism, who trusted Freudian theory, who had answers, that Jung died. What emerged was someone who understood consciousness as mystery, who respected the unconscious as independent intelligence, who had been initiated into something that couldn't be reduced to theory. But it took 3 years, 3 years of living in the void, 3 years of meaninglessness, 3 years where the only faith he had was that the psyche has its own intelligence, its own trajectory, its own capacity to reorganize at a higher level of complexity. The purpose of the void, ego death, creates space for self. So why does this happen? Why is the dark night necessary? Why can't awakening just be pleasant expansion without the terrifying void phase? Jung's answer: because the ego has to die for the self to live. As long as you're identified with your ego consciousness, your individual will, your personal preferences, your need for control and certainty, you're operating from a limited center. The self, that archetype of wholeness and totality, cannot manifest through an ego that believes it's in charge. The void serves a specific function. It dissolves ego identification so completely that you're forced to find a new center. And in the absolute absence of meaning, when even awakening itself feels like delusion, when you have no ground whatsoever, that's when you're forced to confront what remains when everything else is gone. For Jung, what remained was consciousness itself. Not his individual consciousness, not his personal identity, but consciousness as such. The awareness that witnesses all experience without being identical to any experience. Eastern traditions call this witnessing awareness, or the observer. Jung called it the self. Different language, same recognition. There's something that remains even when everything else dissolves, but you can only discover that by actually letting everything else dissolve. You can't think your way to this recognition. You can't philosophize your way there. You have to experientially lose everything, including the one experiencing the loss, and somehow remain conscious through that loss, which is why it's called voluntary death. You're dying while remaining alive, losing yourself while somehow watching yourself be lost. Sarah was in this phase. Everything had dissolved. Meaning felt like fiction. Purpose felt like projection. Even her awakening process felt like an elaborate ego game to avoid facing the void. And she had a choice: medicate this experience, seek intervention to restore meaning, or sit in the void and see what happens. When to seek help versus when to sit with the darkness. I need to be extremely clear here, because this is where people cause real harm by misapplying Jung's ideas. Not every experience of meaninglessness is spiritual dark night. Not every void is productive. Not every dissolution leads to reintegration. Clinical depression is real. Suicidal ideation is dangerous. Psychotic breaks require intervention. And the line between spiritual emergency and psychiatric emergency can be razor thin. So how do you know which you're experiencing? Jung's distinction criteria. 1. Capacity for basic function. In dark night, you maintain basic function even though nothing feels meaningful. You eat, sleep, care for yourself, mechanically perhaps, but you do it. In clinical depression, even basic function collapses. You can't get out of bed, can't care for yourself, can't maintain any structure. 2. Absence of psychotic symptoms. Dark night involves loss of meaning, not loss of reality testing. You don't have delusions, hallucinations, or beliefs radically disconnected from consensus reality. If you're seeing things that aren't there, believing things that are demonstrably false, losing the ability to distinguish internal from external, that's psychosis, not dark night. 3. Symbolic coherence. Dark night, even in its most chaotic moments, has a symbolic structure. There's meaning in the meaninglessness, pattern in the dissolution. You can, upon reflection, see how this connects to your psychological journey. Psychotic breaks lack this coherence. They're pure fragmentation without narrative or purpose. 4. Suicidality, distinction. In dark night, you don't want to die. You want the false self to die. There's no plan, no means, no intent to harm yourself. If you're actively suicidal with plan and means, that's psychiatric emergency requiring immediate intervention. 5. Duration and trajectory. Dark night has movement, even if imperceptible. Over weeks and months, there are moments of insight, brief respite, gradual shifts. Clinical depression often feels static, stuck, with no movement toward resolution. If months pass with zero change or only deterioration, seek help. Sarah met the first 4 criteria but was uncertain about the 5th. She'd been in the void for 6 weeks with no sign of movement. So she made a wise choice. She sought consultation with a therapist who understood both depth psychology and clinical assessment, not to medicate the experience away, but to have professional observation of whether she was navigating dark night or sliding into clinical depression. The therapist, someone trained in Jungian approaches, assessed her and concluded, this is process, not pathology. Hard as it is, Sarah was in spiritual emergency, not psychiatric emergency. The recommendation, continue but with support. Weekly sessions to monitor, practices to stay grounded, permission to seek intervention if anything shifted toward actual danger. And Sarah committed to sitting with the void. No quick fixes, no desperate return to meaning, just being in the nothingness and seeing what emerged. Framework, navigating the void, practices for passage without abortion. Jung developed specific practices for navigating the dark night consciously. Let me share the framework. 1. Active imagination. Instead of running from the void, dialogue with it. In meditation or journaling, ask the I, void, what are you? What do you want from me? What must die for something new to be born? Let images, figures, or words emerge without forcing them. Record everything. Sarah did this and encountered a figure in her imagination, an old woman at a well. The woman told her, you keep trying to fill the void with new meaning, new purpose, new identity. But the void's purpose is to remain empty. Stop filling it. Let it be what it is. This simple exchange shifted something, not solving the meaninglessness, but changing Sarah's relationship to it. 2. Radical simplicity. The ego wants to do, achieve, fix, improve. The dark night requires the opposite, radical simplicity. Reduce your life to basic functions. Eat, sleep, walk, nothing more. Stop trying to be productive, meaningful, purposeful. Just be. Sarah stopped all her spiritual practices, stopped trying to analyze or understand, just lived simply. Care for children, basic work tasks, walks in nature, no pressure to feel anything, mean anything, become anything, just simple existence. Carl Jung explained 13 spiritual warnings you feel before awakening fully. 3. Physical grounding. The void is a psychological state that can destabilize you completely if you stay only in the mental realm. Ground yourself in body, physical exercise, manual labor, cold water immersion, anything that brings you back to material reality. The body anchors you when the psyche has no ground. Sarah started running, not because it gave meaning, nothing gave meaning, but because the physical exhaustion created a kind of ballast. Her body became the anchor when her mind had no center. 4. Creative expression without purpose. Jung insisted on continuing creative work during his dark night, painting, writing, sculpting, not to produce anything meaningful but just to give the unconscious a channel. Create without caring about quality or purpose. Let whatever wants to emerge. Sarah began painting, though she'd never painted before. Abstract images, dark colors, forms that felt ugly and chaotic. She wasn't trying to make art. She was just letting the void express itself through her hands. 5. Acceptance practice. This is the hardest one. Practice radical acceptance that you might never feel meaning again, that awakening might have been delusion, that the void might be the ultimate truth. Stop fighting it. Stop trying to escape it. Accept that this might be permanent. Paradoxically, this acceptance often catalyzes the shift. As long as you're fighting the void, resisting it, trying to restore meaning, the ego is still in control, still trying to manage the process. But when you fully accept meaninglessness, when you stop struggling, something in the psyche relaxes, the death completes, and what remains can finally be born. The moment of shift, when death completes and birth begins. Sarah was on a walk, nothing special, just her daily meaningless walk through meaningless nature. 8 weeks into the void. No movement, no insight, no relief. Just walking because her body needed to walk, even though she couldn't remember why bodies needed anything. And then, for no reason, she noticed a tree. Not consciously decided to notice it, her awareness just landed there. The tree wasn't beautiful, it wasn't meaningful, it just was. Standing there, being a tree, without purpose or justification, existing without needing a reason to exist. And something cracked open in Sarah's chest. Not emotion, not meaning returning, but a recognition so simple it almost wasn't a recognition. I can exist like that tree, without meaning, without purpose, without justification. I can just be, and being itself is sufficient. Not happy about it, not finding meaning in it. Just acceptance, existence without existential crisis, presence without purpose, being without needing a reason to be. Jung wrote, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." Sarah didn't find cosmos or order in that moment, but she found something underneath both. The ground of being that exists prior to meaning, prior to purpose, prior to the question of why anything exists. She found what mystics call suchness or isness, the bare fact of existence before the mind interprets it. And once she found that ground, once she stopped looking for meaning and accepted pure existence, meaning began returning on its own. Not the old meanings, not the personas and purposes she'd been living before the dark night, but authentic meaning emerging from contact with the self. Rather than imposed by ego, her children became precious again, but not because she needed to be a good mother. They were precious in themselves, as beings, as consciousness manifesting in small bodies. Her work became engaging again, but not because it proved her worth. It was engaging because consciousness enjoys engaging with the world. Her relationships began reforming, but not the old ones built on unconscious contracts. New connections with people who'd also been through the void, who recognized the look in each other's eyes, the look of having died and returned. The dark night lasted 3 months for Sarah, 3 months of absolute dissolution, and what emerged on the other side wasn't the Sarah who'd entered. That Sarah had died. This was someone new, someone who'd been reborn from the void, someone who operated from a different center. Jung called this psychological rebirth. Not metaphorical rebirth, but actual psychological death and reorganization at a higher level of complexity. The person before and after dark night are genuinely different beings, even though they share the same body and memories, because the center has shifted from ego to self. Personal vulnerability, my own dark night. I need to share my own experience of this because it's the only way to convey what I'm talking about. Years ago, in the middle of my own awakening process, I hit the void. Everything I described about Sarah, I lived it. The meaninglessness, the sense that awakening itself was delusion, the complete inability to care about anything even though I knew intellectually I should care. Mine lasted 4 months. 4 months where I woke up every day and thought, why? Why get out of bed? Why eat? Why maintain this existence? Not suicidal, but completely unable to locate a reason for continuing. I had a partner at the time who didn't understand what was happening. I had work I couldn't bring myself to engage with. I had a life that felt like costume, like I was performing existence without inhabiting it. What saved me, if saved is the right word, was hitting absolute bottom. The moment where I stopped trying to escape the void and just surrendered to it completely. I remember lying on my floor at 3 a.m., staring at the ceiling and thinking, fine, if meaning is fiction, if purpose is projection, if consciousness is just neurons firing randomly until they stop, fine. I accept it. I don't have to like it. I don't have to find it beautiful or spiritual. I just accept this is what is. And in that moment of complete surrender, something shifted. Not meaning returning, not purpose restored, but a kind of peace underneath all of that. The peace of not needing an answer. The peace of being able to exist without justification. And slowly, over weeks, not immediately, life reorganized around that peace rather than around ego's needs. I came out of that dark night fundamentally changed. The person who entered wanted certainty, wanted meaning, wanted to matter, wanted awakening to feel good. The person who emerged had dropped all those wants. Not because they were fulfilled, but because they were recognized as unnecessary. I could exist without them. I could be conscious without needing consciousness to mean anything. And ironically, paradoxically, that's when real meaning emerged. Not imposed meaning, not borrowed meaning, but meaning that arose organically from authentic contact with reality. I started caring again, but the caring came from depth rather than from need. I started engaging with life again, but the engagement came from presence rather than from proving something. That's what the dark night does. It kills everything that isn't real, everything that isn't essential. And what survives that death is what you actually are, stripped of all decoration, all purpose, all meaning, just pure being. And from that pure being, authentic life can finally emerge. Comment if you're in the void right now. Comment if you've lost all meaning and don't know if it's depression or dark night. Because if you're experiencing warning, I'm 12, you're in the most dangerous and most sacred part of the journey. Don't abort it prematurely, but also don't romanticize it or try to push through it with spiritual bypassing. Get support, stay grounded, and trust, or at least hope, that the psyche knows what it's doing, even when it feels like chaos. because there's one more warning after the void. One final recognition that signals awakening is irreversible. You've survived the void. Meaning has returned, but it's different. Purpose has reformed, but it's authentic rather than borrowed. You've been psychologically reborn, and then the final warning arrives. The recognition that you can never go back, even if you wanted to. Warning number 13. Knowing you can't go back, even if you wanted to. Sarah emerged from her dark night and tried, briefly, to return to her old life. Not because she wanted to, but because part of her ego was terrified of the changes ahead. Part of her wanted the safety of unconscious living, the comfort of the familiar, even if the familiar was suffocating. She tried performing her old persona, tried caring about the things she used to care about, tried engaging with relationships the way she used to, tried going through the motions of her previous existence. It lasted 3 days. On the 3rd day, she woke up with physical symptoms, nausea, dizziness, a feeling like her body was rejecting poison. She realized, I can't go back, not shouldn't or don't want to, but literally cannot. The old life no longer fits. It's like trying to put adult feet back into childhood shoes. The growth has happened. The consciousness has expanded, and there's no reversing it. This is warning number 13. The irreversible recognition that you've crossed a threshold you cannot uncross. You've seen too much, you've felt too much, you've understood too much, and even if you wanted to return to unconscious living, even if you tried with all your will, your psyche will not cooperate, your body will not cooperate, reality itself will not cooperate. Jung called this the individuation imperative. Once consciousness reaches a certain threshold, it must continue forward. Attempting to return creates pathology, not because you're being punished, but because consciousness moving backward violates psychological law. It's like trying to shove a butterfly back into the cocoon. The form has changed. The transformation has occurred. Reversal isn't possible without destruction. The phenomenon of no longer fitting. Sarah's experience was physical, but it manifests differently for everyone. Some people find their old environments become intolerable. The city they lived in for decades suddenly feels suffocating. The job they've had for years becomes unbearable. The home they loved feels like a prison, not because anything external changed, but because they've changed so fundamentally that the external no longer matches the internal. Others experience it socially. They try to engage in their old friendship groups and feel like they're speaking a different language. The conversations that used to satisfy now feel hollow. The activities that used to be fun now feel empty. And it's not judgment, it's genuine incompatibility. You're vibrating at a different frequency, and matching the old frequency feels like violence to your system. Still others experience it psychologically. They try to think the way they used to think, worry about the things they used to worry about, care about the goals they used to pursue, and their mind refuses. It's like trying to care about which toy is better when you're an adult. You remember caring intensely as a child, but you can't access that caring now because you've developed beyond it. This is what makes Warning 13 so terrifying. It's a death sentence to your old life. Not because you're choosing to leave it, but because you can no longer inhabit it. And if you haven't built a new life yet, if you're in the gap between the old dying and the new being born, this recognition creates panic. What do I do now? Where do I go? Who do I become? The old answers don't work anymore, and the new answers haven't fully formed. You're in transition, and transition is inherently unstable. The suffering of trying to unknow. What you know, Jung documented this phenomenon in his clinical work. He had patients who'd undergone profound psychological transformations, but then tried to return to their previous lives out of fear or external pressure. And universally, these attempts at regression created intense suffering, worse suffering than the original neurosis that brought them to therapy. Because once you've seen your shadow, you can't unsee it. Once you've withdrawn your projections, you can't re-project them. Once you've experienced the void and found the ground beneath meaning, you can't pretend meaning is absolute. Once you've touched the self, you can't pretend the ego is all you are. You can suppress this knowledge. You can try to forget it. You can distract yourself, medicate yourself, numb yourself. But the knowledge remains in your unconscious, creating tension, creating symptoms, creating suffering that has no outlet because you're refusing the only resolution, continuing forward. Sarah met someone during this phase who'd tried to regress. Let me tell you Elena's story, character case study, Elena's failed attempt to return to sleep. Elena was 41, lawyer like David, successful by all external measures. She'd gone through her own awakening process, persona collapse, shadow integration, dark night, the works. She'd emerged transformed, ready to leave her law career and pursue something more authentic to who she'd become. But fear overtook her. The new path wasn't clear. She had financial responsibilities. She had family expectations. She had an identity as successful lawyer that felt safer than person searching for authentic calling. So she made a choice. I'll just go back. I'll forget this awakening happened. I'll return to my old life and pretend the last 2 years didn't occur. She threw herself back into work, took on more cases, worked longer hours, forced herself to care about winning, about billable hours, about partnership advancement. She reconnected with old colleagues, attended networking events, performed her professional persona with renewed intensity. It lasted 6 months, and in those 6 months, Elena developed chronic insomnia, digestive issues, recurring migraines, anxiety attacks, and a skin condition that doctors couldn't diagnose. Her body was revolting, not metaphorically, literally. Every system was signaling, we cannot do this. You're trying to force us back into a container we've outgrown, and we're shutting down in protest. Then the dreams started. Every night, the same nightmare. Elena trying to fit herself into a coffin, struggling to make herself small enough. While the coffin lid slowly closed on her, she'd wake up gasping, feeling claustrophobic even in her large bedroom. Her psyche was screaming at her through every channel available. You cannot go back. This is not depression. This is not anxiety disorder. This is your consciousness refusing to be imprisoned again. This is yourself demanding that the individuation process complete. Elena finally surrendered. She quit her job without a plan, without certainty, without safety net. And within weeks, the physical symptoms began resolving. The dreams stopped. The anxiety lifted. Not because her external circumstances improved. They got more uncertain, more financially precarious. But because she'd stopped violating psychological law, she'd stopped trying to unknow what she knew. The grief of losing the option to be unconscious. There's a particular grief that comes with warning number 13 that nobody talks about. The grief of losing innocence. Not moral innocence, but psychological innocence. The innocence of not knowing. The innocence of being able to float through life unconsciously, following scripts, accepting assumptions, living in the comfortable trance of consensus reality. Once you wake up, you lose that option forever. You can't choose ignorance anymore. You can't choose to not see what you see, not know what you know, not feel what you feel. The burden of consciousness becomes permanent. And there's grief in that. Because unconscious living, for all its limitations, has benefits. It's easier. It's more socially acceptable. It requires less from you. You can blame others for your life. You can avoid responsibility for your choices. You can live in comfortable certainty that your beliefs are true. Your identity is fixed. Your worldview is correct. Consciousness strips all that away. You become responsible for everything. You can't blame others because you see your own projections. You can't maintain certainty because you've experienced the void beneath all certainty. You can't accept collective beliefs without question because you've individuated. You've separated from the collective unconscious and developed your own authority. Sarah felt this grief acutely. She missed the simplicity of her pre-awakening life. She missed being able to watch TV without analyzing the unconscious programming. She missed small talk that didn't feel suffocating. She missed relationships built on mutual delusion, not because those things were good, but because they were easy. Awakening is not easy. Consciousness is not comfortable. And warning number 13 is the recognition. I can never return to ease, to comfort, to unconsciousness. I've been exiled from that paradise, and the only direction is forward into greater responsibility, greater awareness, greater participation in my own existence. Jung wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." The process of making darkness conscious is painful, difficult, isolating, and once you've done it, you can't undo it. You've seen the shadow, you've integrated what you found, and now you have to live with that wholeness, which is more complex, more demanding than the simplified persona identity you had before. Framework: the integration test, assessing whether you've crossed the threshold. How do you know if you've reached warning above 13? How do you know if you've crossed the point of no return? Jung developed implicit criteria. I'm making them explicit here. 1. The body test. Try to engage fully in your old persona performance for one full day, not half-heartedly. Really commit to performing who you used to be. If your body develops symptoms, nausea, fatigue, pain, illness, you've crossed the threshold. The body won't cooperate with regression. 2. The relationship test. Try to engage with relationships the way you used to. Performing roles, suppressing authentic responses, maintaining old dynamics. If it feels like violence to your system, if you simply cannot maintain the performance even for a few hours, you've crossed the threshold. 3. The interest test. Try to care about the things you used to care about, the goals, the achievements, the concerns that once motivated you. If they feel hollow, irrelevant, impossible to genuinely engage with, you've crossed the threshold. 4. The sleep test. Try to return to your old lifestyle, your old routines, your old patterns. If doing so creates insomnia, disturbing dreams, or sleep disturbances where your unconscious is protesting, you've crossed the threshold. 5. The projection test. Try to re-engage your old projections, to see people the way you used to see them, to judge what you used to judge, to idealize what you used to idealize. If the projections won't stick, if you see through them immediately, you've crossed the threshold. If you pass 3 or more of these tests, if regression creates symptoms rather than relief, you've reached warning Abasha 13. There's no going back. The only healthy direction is forward, the responsibility of the awakened. What comes next? So you've reached warning Abasha 13. You can't go back. What now? This is where many people expect Jung to provide a blueprint, a clear path forward. But individuation doesn't work that way. There's no collective path because you've separated from the collective. There's no prescribed route because you've developed individual authority. Jung's answer to what now is simple and terrifying. You have to create your own life, not follow a template, not copy someone else's journey, not find the right way to live post-awakening. You have to discover what authentic living means for you specifically, moment by moment, choice by choice. This is the burden and the freedom of warning Nar 13. You're no longer governed by external authority. You're no longer operating from borrowed values. You're no longer trying to fit into collective expectations, which means you're entirely responsible for creating a life that expresses who you actually are. For Sarah, this meant difficult decisions. Her marriage couldn't survive in its old form. They either had to completely reconstruct their relationship or separate. She chose separation, not out of anger, but out of recognition that their dynamic was built on her false self, and trying to maintain it would create pathology. It was painful, but it was necessary. Her relationship with her mother required radical boundaries, not cutoff, but firm limits on the emotional extraction that had characterized their dynamic. Her mother didn't understand, felt rejected, accused Sarah of becoming selfish. Sarah had to accept being misunderstood, even villainized by someone she loved. Her friendships reorganized around authenticity. Some dissolved, some transformed. New ones formed with people who could meet her at her new level of consciousness. Her work shifted towards something aligned with her actual values rather than external validation. None of this was easy. All of it required courage. But the alternative, trying to force herself back into the old life, was no longer possible. She'd crossed the threshold. Warning number 13 had arrived. The only direction was forward, the freedom within the prison. Here's the paradox Jung understood. Warning 13 feels like a prison. You're trapped in consciousness, unable to return to the ease of unconscious living, but it's also ultimate freedom. You're no longer trapped by collective expectations, borrowed values, or the need for external validation. You're free to create your own meaning, free to define your own purpose, free to live according to your own authority. But that freedom is terrifying because there's no safety net. No one can tell you if you're doing it right. No external measure of success applies. You're operating from internal authority in a world built for external compliance. Jung wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." Warning the 113 is the final awakening. The recognition that you've looked inside, you've found what's there, and you can never again mistake external dreams for internal vision. You've awakened. An awakening, it turns out, is not the end of the journey, but the beginning. Because now you have to actually live consciously, moment by moment, choice by choice, without the comfort of unconscious autopilot. Comment if you've reached this point. Comment if you know you can't go back. Comment if you're grieving the loss of unconsciousness, while simultaneously knowing you wouldn't return even if you could. Because if you're experiencing warning number 13, you're part of a rare group, those who've completed the passage, who've died and been reborn, who now carry the responsibility of consciousness in a largely unconscious world. But before we move to integration practices, we need to address the shadow side of this entire journey. We need to explore how this knowledge can be misused, how awakening can become inflation, how consciousness can be weaponized, because Jung understood that every archetype has its shadow, including the archetype of the awakened person. We've explored the 13 warnings. You understand the journey. You recognize the signs. But now I need to warn you about something Jung emphasized throughout his work. Knowledge of the individuation process can be as dangerous as ignorance of it. Maybe more dangerous, because once you know this framework, once you can identify these warnings, once you understand awakening as a process, there are 4 primary ways you can misuse this knowledge to serve ego rather than self. 4 shadow manifestations that look like awakening but are actually inflation, manipulation, and spiritual bypassing in disguise. Shadow misuse. 1. Spiritual superiority complex. The first and most common corruption, using awakening awareness to judge those still asleep. Convincing yourself that because you're experiencing these warnings, because you're going through individuation, because you're becoming conscious, you're somehow better than, more evolved than, spiritually superior to those who aren't. This is ego identifying with archetypal experience. Instead of recognizing, I'm going through a universal process that many have experienced. The ego claims, I'm special, chosen, more advanced. And that inflation is precisely what prevents genuine individuation. Jung called this identification with the archetype, when ego mistakes itself for self, when individual consciousness claims credit for collective processes. And he warned it's one of the most dangerous pitfalls on the path to consciousness, because it feels like enlightenment, while actually being narcissism with spiritual vocabulary. You see this everywhere now. People who've read Jung, who've done some shadow work, who've experienced a few synchronicities, and suddenly they're posting on social media about sheeple and NPCs and those still in the matrix. They're using consciousness language to reinforce superiority, to create hierarchies, to justify looking down on others. That's not awakening. That's ego using awakening as a weapon. That's the shadow using consciousness language to avoid looking at its own inflation. Real individuation creates humility, not superiority. The more conscious you become, the more you realize how much you don't know, how much unconsciousness still operates in you, how much work remains. Jung was adamant about this. The individuated person doesn't feel special. They feel ordinary in a deeper way, connected to universal human experience rather than separated by superiority. If you're using your awakening to feel better than others, you're not awakening, you're inflating. And inflation is a defense against the real work of integration. Shadow misuse. 2. Abandonment justification. The second corruption, using consciousness evolution as justification for cruel behavior, abandoning people without care, ending relationships without compassion, destroying what you've built without responsibility, and claiming it's all part of your awakening process. I'm just honoring my truth. I'm following my authentic path. I can't stay small for others anymore. These phrases, which can reflect genuine individuation, can also be narcissistic cruelty dressed in spiritual language. Let me be clear, sometimes awakening does require ending relationships, leaving situations, making changes that others will experience as abandonment. Warning, Ajra 11 is real. Sometimes you do outgrow connections that can't evolve with you. But there's a difference between necessary separation done with compassion and selfish abandonment justified by awakening language. The difference is in how you handle it. Conscious separation involves honesty without cruelty, clarity without superiority, acknowledgement of mutual responsibility for the relationship dynamic, genuine care for the other's well-being, even as you choose differently. It's painful for everyone, but it's done with integrity. Narcissistic abandonment involves blaming the other person for requiring your smallness, claiming spiritual superiority to justify your choices, showing no care for the damage you cause, using awakening language to avoid acknowledging that maybe you're just being selfish, scared, or cruel. Jung was clear about this distinction. He wrote extensively about the moral responsibility that comes with consciousness. Awakening doesn't exempt you from ethical behavior. It increases your responsibility because you can no longer claim ignorance. If you're leaving your marriage because you've genuinely outgrown the dynamic and staying would create pathology for both of you, that's potentially necessary. But if you're leaving because you met someone new and want to avoid the difficult conversation about your affair, claiming instead that your spouse couldn't match your vibration, that's narcissism using awakening as cover. The test, would you want someone to treat you the way you're treating others? Are you showing the care and consideration you'd want if the situation were reversed? Or are you using awakening to avoid basic human decency? Shadow misuse. 3. Pathologizing normal life. The third corruption, romanticizing suffering and interpreting every discomfort as spiritual significance, turning the awakening framework into a lens through which all of life, becomes dramatic spiritual crisis. You're tired? It must be warning number 1, persona exhaustion. You're annoyed with your partner. Warning number 5, shadow rage emerging. You notice a repeated number? Warning number 8, synchronicity surge. Everything becomes part of the awakening narrative, and normal human experience gets inflated into cosmic significance. This is what Jung called psychological inflation through spiritualization, making everything meaningful, interpreting every experience through an awakening lens, refusing to accept that sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, and tiredness is just tiredness. People who fall into this trap become exhausting to be around. Every conversation becomes about their spiritual journey. Every event in their life gets narrated as another step in their awakening. They're constantly having dark nights and breakthroughs and synchronistic confirmations. They've turned individuation into an identity, awakening into a performance. Real awakening doesn't make everything dramatic. It actually makes most of life simpler. You become less reactive, not more. You become less obsessed with your own psychological process, not more. You integrate consciousness into ordinary living rather than making ordinary living into spiritual theater. If you're using this framework to make yourself the protagonist of a cosmic drama where everything that happens to you has deep spiritual significance, you're not awakening, you're inflating. You're using consciousness work to avoid living an actual human life. The test: can you experience normal human discomfort without immediately jumping to spiritual interpretation? Can you be tired without making it a warning sign? Can you have a bad day without turning it into a dark night? If every experience must be spiritualized to have value, you're trapped in inflation. Shadow misuse. Malver 4. Weaponizing awakening. The fourth and most insidious corruption, using this framework to gaslight others or avoid accountability for actual psychological issues. You can't handle my shadow emergence, so you're triggering me. Translation: I'm behaving badly and blaming you for having a response. You're projecting your issues onto me. Translation: I refuse to take responsibility for my actions by claiming you're the problem. You're trying to keep me small because you're afraid of my awakening. Translation: you're setting reasonable boundaries and I'm framing that as oppression. This is awakening language weaponized for manipulation. It's using Jungian concepts to avoid accountability, to reverse victim and perpetrator, to make anyone who challenges you into the enemy of your consciousness evolution. Jung would have found this repugnant. His entire framework was about taking responsibility for your shadow, for your projections, for your psychological process. The individuating person doesn't blame others for their triggers. They investigate what in themselves is being triggered. They don't use awakening as a shield against criticism. They use consciousness to discern valid criticism from projection. If someone in your life says, "Your behavior is hurting me," and your response is, "That's just your shadow projection," you're weaponizing awakening. If your therapist suggests you might have a personality disorder and you respond, "They just can't handle my consciousness evolution," you're avoiding accountability through spiritual bypassing. The test: are you using awakening language to take more responsibility or less? Are you using consciousness concepts to look deeper at yourself or to deflect looking at yourself? If awakening makes you less accountable, something has gone very wrong. Cautionary tale: the man who confused ego with self. Let me tell you about Marcus. Not the Marcus from earlier who had a friendship fallout, different Marcus. This Marcus read Jung, attended workshops, did psychedelic therapy, experienced all 13 warnings. By every external metric, he was awakening. He left his corporate job to pursue authentic calling. He divorced his wife, claiming she required his smallness to feel safe. He cut off family members who couldn't match his frequency. He started a spiritual coaching business teaching others to awaken. He presented himself as someone who'd individuated, who'd done the work, who could guide others. But everyone around Marcus was getting hurt. His ex-wife was devastated, not just by the divorce, but by his refusal to acknowledge any responsibility for the relationship failure, his insistence that the entire problem was her consciousness level. His children were confused and wounded by his sudden disinterest in their lives, his constant lectures about their unconscious programming. His former friends watched him become increasingly grandiose, claiming special insight, dismissing any criticism as projection, surrounding himself only with people who reinforced his awakened identity. He wasn't becoming more conscious, he was becoming more narcissistic, but he was using awakening language the entire time. What happened? Marcus had experienced genuine awakening symptoms. The warnings were real. But instead of allowing the ego to die during the dark night, he'd let ego co-opt the awakening. Instead of the self emerging, ego had inflated itself by identifying with archetypal processes. He'd confused his individual consciousness with universal consciousness. He'd mistaken his personal insights for cosmic truth. He'd believed that experiencing warnings meant he'd completed individuation, when actually individuation is a lifelong process that never reaches final completion. Jung warned about this explicitly. The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved, only outgrown. Marcus thought he'd solved himself, achieved awakening, graduated from consciousness work. That belief was precisely what kept him unconscious. Framework, the inflation check, questions to ask yourself. Jung developed a method for checking whether you're inflating or actually individuating. Here are the questions. 1. Humility test. Does your awakening make you feel special, chosen, superior, or does it make you feel ordinary, connected to universal human struggle, aware of how much you don't know? Genuine individuation creates humility. Inflation creates grandiosity. 2. Responsibility test. Are you taking more responsibility for your life, your choices, your psychological process? Or are you using awakening to blame others, justify harmful behavior, avoid accountability? Genuine individuation increases responsibility. Inflation decreases it. 3. Functionality test. Are you more functional in practical life, relationships, work, basic tasks? Or are you becoming less functional while claiming spiritual advancement? Genuine individuation improves real-world function. Inflation creates disconnection from practical reality. 4. Feedback test. Can you hear criticism without immediately dismissing it as projection? Can you consider that maybe you're wrong? Maybe you're misinterpreting? Maybe your blind spots are showing? Genuine individuation creates openness to feedback. Inflation creates defensive dismissal. 5. Relationship test. Are the people around you experiencing your awakening as making you more caring, more present, more genuinely interested in them? Or are they experiencing you as more self-absorbed, more judgmental, more unavailable? Genuine individuation improves relationships. Inflation destroys them. 6. Suffering test. Has your consciousness work reduced unnecessary suffering for yourself and others? Or has it created new forms of suffering while being narrativized as necessary spiritual pain? Genuine individuation reduces pathological suffering. Inflation creates suffering while calling it sacred. If you're failing 3 or more of these tests, you're inflating. You're using awakening language to serve ego rather than transcend it. And the hard truth is, you need to go back to the beginning. You need to face your shadow more honestly. You need to admit that maybe you haven't individuated as much as you've convinced yourself you have. This is perhaps the most important warning in this entire script. The ability to identify awakening symptoms doesn't mean you're awakened. The capacity to speak consciousness language doesn't mean you're conscious, and the experience of warnings doesn't mean you've integrated what they're revealing. Jung spent his entire life doing consciousness work. He died still exploring his unconscious, still finding new shadow material, still remaining humble about how much remained unknown. He never claimed to be fully individuated. He understood individuation as asymptotic, approaching wholeness without ever fully achieving it. If you're reading this and recognizing yourself in the inflation examples, that recognition is actually positive. It means you have enough consciousness to see your own unconsciousness. The question is, what will you do with that recognition? Will you defend your inflation, or will you humble yourself and do the deeper work? Comment if you've caught yourself misusing awakening concepts. Comment if you've used honoring my truth to justify cruelty, or spiritual emergence to avoid responsibility, or consciousness evolution to feel superior. Because the mark of genuine individuation is the capacity to recognize and admit your own shadow without dissolution. Now let's explore what conscious integration actually looks like, how to navigate these warnings without inflation, how to individuate without narcissism, how to awaken with humility. You've identified the warnings. You've avoided the inflation traps. You've survived the dark night. Now what? This is where most awakening content stops, at the identification phase, but Jung's work was fundamentally about integration. Recognizing the process isn't the same as completing it. Understanding the warnings isn't the same as transforming through them. Integration is the actual work of individuation. It's taking all the disruptive, chaotic, overwhelming experiences we've explored and organizing them into a coherent, functional, authentic life. It's transforming from someone who's experiencing awakening symptoms into someone who's living from awakened consciousness. Jung found the perfect metaphor for this process in medieval alchemy. Alchemists weren't actually trying to turn lead into gold. That was the exoteric reading. They were documenting psychological transformation using chemical metaphors, and their 4-stage process maps precisely onto the individuation journey. The 4 alchemical stages of consciousness transformation. Stage 1, Nigredo, the blackening, confronting shadow and void. This is where we've spent most of our exploration. The dark night, the persona collapse, the shadow emergence, the void. Nigredo is the decomposition phase. Everything that isn't authentic burns away. The false self dies. You descend into chaos, meaninglessness, psychological death. Jung wrote, "In this darkness is the greatest danger, yet in this darkness the greatest treasure is concealed." Nigredo is necessary decomposition. You cannot skip this phase. You cannot positive think your way past it. The old identity must decompose before the new identity can form. Sarah went through Nigredo, her 3-month dark night where everything lost meaning. Most of the 13 warnings occur during Nigredo. The persona exhaustion, the shadow rage, the intrusive thoughts, the void. This is the longest and most difficult phase for most people. Nigredo completes not when you feel better, but when you've fully accepted the death of who you were, when you've stopped trying to resurrect the old self and surrendered to whatever wants to emerge. That surrender, that ego death acceptance, is what catalyzes the transition to albedo. Stage 2, albedo, the whitening, clarity and self. Recognition after decomposition comes purification. Albedo is when clarity emerges from the chaos. You begin seeing yourself, really seeing yourself, without the distortion of persona, without the projection of shadow. The self starts revealing itself as distinct from ego. This phase is characterized by moments of profound insight. You suddenly understand patterns that have dominated your entire life. You see how your childhood experiences, created your current psychological structures. You recognize how your relationships have been unconsciously orchestrated to repeat unresolved patterns. Everything clicks into perspective. Synchronicities often intensify during albedo. Not random coincidences, but meaningful alignment. Your outer life starts reflecting your inner transformation. Opportunities appear that match your authentic desires rather than your ego's ambitions. People who resonate with your new consciousness find you. Sarah entered albedo after her tree moment recognition. Clarity began returning. She could see her life objectively, see the patterns she'd been living, the roles she'd been performing, the potential that had been suppressed. She began understanding the purpose of everything that had happened, why the persona had to crack, why the shadow had to emerge, why the void had to be endured. Jung called this phase the dawning of consciousness. Not full consciousness yet. Albedo is still dualistic, still operating from observer and observed. But it's when you first glimpse the self as something beyond ego, something orchestrating your development with intelligence and purpose. The risk in albedo is premature conclusion. You feel better, you have clarity, and you might think, I've awakened, I'm done. But albedo is only halfway. There are 2 more stages of integration required before individuation stabilizes. Stage 3, synchronicities, the yellowing. Wisdom through integration. Synchronicities is the wisdom phase. This is where you integrate the insights from albedo into practical living. You move from understanding to embodiment, from seeing your patterns to actually transforming them, from recognizing your authentic self to living as your authentic self. This phase is characterized by sustained effort. The dramatic crisis of Negredo is over. The clarity of albedo has arrived. Now comes the less exciting but essential work of integration, changing your behaviors, establishing new patterns, creating structures that support your authentic being. For Sarah, synchronicities meant actually divorcing rather than just contemplating it, actually setting boundaries with her mother rather than just understanding the dynamic needed boundaries, actually pursuing new work aligned with her values rather than just dreaming about it. This is where many people plateau. They've survived the dark night, gained clarity, but don't do the practical work of reorganizing their entire life. They understand they need to change, but don't make the changes. They see their authentic path, but don't walk it. Jung called this the transformation of consciousness into life. It's one thing to have psychological insight, it's another to live differently based on that insight. Synchronicities is the bridge between inner transformation and outer manifestation. The test of synchronicities: are you actually living differently? Have your relationships changed to reflect your consciousness? Has your work evolved to match your authentic values? Are you behaving in ways that express your integrated self? Or are you just thinking about behaving differently? This phase can last years. It's slow, unglamorous work. No dramatic breakthroughs, no intense spiritual experiences. Just consistent choice-by-choice reconstruction of your life according to authentic values. Most people find this phase boring. They want more Negredo drama or albedo insight, but synchronicities is where integration becomes real. Stage 4, rubedo, the reddening, wholeness and embodied selfhood. Rubedo is the final stage, the marriage of opposites, the union of conscious and unconscious, the full embodiment of the self. This is what Jung meant by individuation in its completed form, not perfection, but wholeness. All aspects of psyche integrated, operating from a unified center. In rubedo, you've become paradoxical. You can hold opposites simultaneously, strong and vulnerable, selfish and generous, confident and uncertain. You're no longer identified with one side of any polarity. You can access the full spectrum of human experience as appropriate. The persona and shadow have integrated. You can perform social roles when necessary without identifying with them. You can access your dark qualities when needed without being possessed by them. You're fluid, adaptive, whole. Synchronicities in rubedo feel different than in albedo. In albedo, they feel magical, surprising, confirmatory. In rubedo, they feel natural. Of course, the universe is responsive. Of course, consciousness and matter interpenetrate. Of course, meaning is everywhere. You're not amazed by synchronicity. You're living in constant participation with it. Jung described rubedo as the birth of the philosophical gold, the achievement of psychological wholeness. But he was careful to emphasize, this isn't a permanent state you achieve once and maintain forever. Rubedo is a capacity you develop. You'll still have moments of unconsciousness, still discover new shadow material, still face new developmental challenges, but you'll have an integrated center to return to, a self that remains stable even when ego becomes destabilized. Very few people reach rubedo, not because it's reserved for special people, but because it requires sustained commitment to consciousness work over years or decades. Most people stop at negredo or albedo. Some reach synchronicities. Rubedo requires seeing the entire journey through. Sarah isn't in rubedo yet. She's in synchronicities doing the practical integration work. She might reach rubedo in 5 years or 10 or never, but she's on the path doing the work, and that's what matters. Practical Jungian methods for conscious integration theory is useless without practice. Let me give you concrete methods Jung developed and used for moving through these alchemical stages consciously. These aren't optional practices. If you want to integrate your awakening rather than just identify it, you need structured methods. Method 1. Active imagination. This is Jung's most powerful technique. Active imagination is dialoguing with figures from your unconscious, not making them up, but allowing them to emerge and interact with your conscious mind as autonomous entities. Here's how it works. Create quiet, private space. No distractions, no interruptions. This is serious psychological work, not a casual meditation exercise. Enter a relaxed but alert state, not trance, not sleep, lucid awareness with lowered ego defenses. Jung often used focused concentration on a mood, a dream image, or a question. Allow an image, figure, or symbol to emerge from your unconscious. Don't force it. Don't control it. Let it appear spontaneously. This might be a person, an animal, an object, a landscape. Trust what emerges. Engage the image in dialogue. Ask it questions. Who are you? What do you want? What are you trying to tell me? Allow it to respond. The responses will surprise you. They'll contain information your conscious mind doesn't have access to. Stay grounded. Jung emphasized you must remain conscious, observing while participating. If you lose yourself completely in the vision, you've crossed into possession. Maintain dual awareness, experiencing the imagination while observing yourself experiencing it. Record everything immediately afterward. Write it down, paint it, capture it before conscious mind explains it away. The unconscious speaks in image and symbol. Translation to words can distort, but capture what you can. Sarah did active imagination around her rage. She allowed the rage to take form. It appeared as a wild horse, powerful and destructive. Instead of trying to tame it or suppress it, she asked it questions. The horse told her, "You've kept me locked in a stable your whole life. I'm not trying to destroy you. I'm trying to run free. Give me space to move and I won't need to kick down walls." This dialogue shifted everything. Sarah realized her rage didn't need suppression or explosion. It needed expression. She started physical exercise, took up boxing, gave the horse its run. The rage transformed from destructive force to vital energy. Method 2. Shadow work journaling. We covered the shadow mapping exercise earlier. But there's a more intensive practice Jung used: daily journaling of strong emotional reactions. Every time you have disproportionate emotion toward someone or something, write it down. Not the story of why you were justified, the raw emotion itself. Inversion exercise. Take each judgment you've recorded and invert it. This person is so selfish becomes I am selfish in ways I refuse to see. Not as self-punishment, but as investigation. Where might this be true? Dialogue with the judged quality. If you've judged someone as selfish, dialogue with your own selfishness. What does it want? What legitimate need does it represent? What would change if you allowed yourself this quality in appropriate measure? Integration experiment. Actually embody the judged quality in small, safe ways. If you've judged selfishness, practice small acts of appropriate self-priority. Notice what happens. Does it feel as catastrophic as your psyche predicted? This practice systematically withdraws projections. Every judgment becomes a doorway to shadow integration. Every strong emotion becomes a teacher revealing what you've disowned. Method 3, dream analysis. Jung insisted dreams are the most direct communication from the unconscious. They speak in symbols, and learning symbolic language is essential for integration. Keep a dream journal. Record dreams immediately upon waking before thinking about them. Capture images, emotions, sequences. Even fragments matter. Don't interpret too quickly. Live with the dream. Let it percolate. Notice what images recur across multiple dreams. These are especially significant. Amplification rather than reduction. Freudian interpretation reduces symbols to sexual aggressive urges. Jungian amplification expands symbols by exploring their mythological, cultural, and archetypal meanings. A snake in your dream might connect to ancient healing symbols, transformation myths, kundalini energy. Explore all dimensions. Personal associations. First, what does this symbol mean to you specifically? A house might mean security to one person, entrapment to another. Your personal history with a symbol matters most. Notice dream series. The unconscious tells stories across multiple dreams. Track how dream themes evolve over weeks and months. They often parallel your waking psychological process. Sarah's dreams became a map of her individuation. During Nigredo, she dreamt of houses collapsing, familiar places becoming unrecognizable, symbolic of her identity dissolution. During Albedo, she dreamt of finding new rooms in old houses, symbolic of discovering aspects of self she hadn't known existed. In Synchronicities, she dreamt of building new structures, symbolic of reconstructing her life consciously. Method 4, synchronicity journaling. Keep a dedicated journal for meaningful coincidences. Record the event. What happened externally? Be specific and concrete. Record your internal state. What were you thinking, feeling, or wrestling with when the synchronicity occurred? Note the symbolic connection. What meaning links the external event to your internal state? What is the synchronicity revealing or confirming? Track patterns over time. Certain symbols will recur. Certain types of synchronicities will cluster around specific psychological themes. Your unconscious has a symbolic vocabulary. Learn it. Respond consciously. Synchronicities aren't just observations. They're invitations to action. What is the synchronicity suggesting you attend to or move toward? Jung's own synchronicity journal helped him develop his theory of the collective unconscious. He noticed patterns across multiple people's synchronicities, universal symbols appearing at specific developmental moments. The scarab beetle story, where a patient was telling him a dream about a golden scarab and an actual scarab beetle hit his window at that moment, became foundational to his synchronicity theory. Method 5. Solitude practice. This isn't meditation. This is structured time alone without distraction, entertainment, or productivity. just being alone with consciousness. Jung insisted on regular solitude, not occasionally when convenient, but scheduled, protected time. Why? Because the ego needs noise, distraction, company to maintain its dominance. The self reveals itself in silence and solitude. Practice: schedule minimum 2 hours weekly in complete solitude. No phone, no books, no music, just you and your consciousness. Location matters. Nature is ideal. Jung did much of his inner work at his tower in Bullingen. Anywhere you can be uninterrupted and unobserved works. Allow whatever emerges: boredom, anxiety, grief, rage, insight. Don't manage it. Don't spiritual bypass it. Just be with whatever consciousness wants to reveal. Notice what you're avoiding. What thoughts do you refuse to think? What emotions do you suppress? What questions do you dodge? Your resistance reveals what needs conscious attention. Record insights afterward. The self speaks in solitude, but ego will erase the message if you don't capture it. Sarah's solitude practice became sacred. 2 hours every Sunday in a nearby forest. No agenda, no expectations. She'd often spend the entire time just walking, being present, allowing thoughts to arise and pass. These sessions gave her access to clarity that no therapy, no book, no conversation could provide. Success case study: James's 2-year transformation. Let me tell you about James, someone who experienced all 13 warnings and used these methods to navigate conscious integration. James was 32 when his awakening began. He was a software engineer, successful, well-liked, completely unconscious. Then warning number 1 arrived: inexplicable exhaustion from being himself. Within 6 months, he'd experienced all 13 warnings in sequence. His persona collapsed. His shadow erupted. He had synchronicities that defied probability. His relationships recalibrated. He hit the void. The old James died, and James made a choice. Instead of pathologizing this process or trying to abort it, he committed to conscious integration using Jungian methods. Year 1: survival and documentation. Daily dream journaling captured intense unconscious material. Weekly active imagination. Sessions where he dialogued with his shadow, appeared as a homeless man, representing everything James had rejected about himself: vulnerability, neediness, failure. Monthly solitude retreats where he allowed complete dissolution without distraction. He maintained basic function, kept his job, though he stopped identifying with it. Relationships naturally culled down to only authentic connections. Year 2: reconstruction and embodiment. He began Synchronicities, translating insights into life changes, left software engineering to pursue teaching, authentic calling that emerged in active imagination, ended a relationship built entirely on his false self, painful but necessary, developed new relationships with others who'd individuated, Category 4 connections from our earlier framework. His Synchronicity journal revealed clear patterns. Certain symbols, particularly bridges, appeared before every major life transition. He started training in Jungian analysis, not to become superior, but to help others through what he'd survived. Present day, 5 years later, James isn't in rubedo. He's honest about that. He still discovers shadow material. He still has moments of ego inflation. He still faces psychological challenges, but he has an integrated center now. He operates from the self more often than from ego. He's paradoxical, can be strong and vulnerable, serious and playful, confident and uncertain without contradiction. And here's what's remarkable. James is ordinary. He's not special, not enlightened, not guru material. He's just a person who did the work, who survived the death, who integrated what he found. He lives an authentic life aligned with his actual values. He has genuine relationships based on conscious relating. He experiences meaning that emerges from depth rather than borrowed from collective scripts. That's what integration looks like, not transcendence into some special awakened state, but descent into authentic ordinariness, not becoming superhuman, but becoming fully human. Framework: the Individuation Roadmap, tracking your progress. How do you know where you are in the integration process? Here's a roadmap based on Jung's stages: Negredo markers, persona exhaustion and collapse, shadow emergence and rage, intrusive thoughts about destroying your life, void experience and meaninglessness, can't go back a recognition. Everything feels wrong, toss false, unbearable. If you're here, don't try to fix it. Don't seek to restore old equilibrium. Use survival methods, active imagination, grounding practices, support from those who understand. This phase must complete before the next can begin. Albedo markers. Clarity emerges from chaos. You see patterns you'd been blind to. Synchronicities intensify meaningfully. Moments of profound insight and understanding. Beginning to see the self as distinct from ego relief. That the worst is over. Hope that transformation is possible. If you're here, don't stop at insight. The trap of albedo is feeling done when you're only halfway. Insight without integration is entertainment. Continue active work, dream analysis, shadow journaling, synchronicity tracking. Prepare for citrinitas markers, actually making life changes, not just understanding need for change, behaviors shifting to match new consciousness, relationships reorganizing around authenticity, work evolving toward genuine calling, sustained effort rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Integration feels boring compared to earlier phases. If you're here, this is the real work. Stay committed even when it's unglamorous. Integration is slow transformation of actual life, not just psychological understanding. Use all 5 methods consistently. Track changes over months, not days. Rubedo markers, capacity to hold paradox without discomfort, operating from self more than ego. Synchronicity feels natural rather than magical. Persona and shadow integrated and accessible. Genuine humility combined with authentic authority. Ordinary life feels meaningful without dramatization. If you're here, you're rare. Stay vigilant against inflation. Continue consciousness work. Rubedo isn't permanent achievement. It's capacity that requires maintenance. Help others through earlier stages without superiority. Your primary task is embodied living that demonstrates consciousness is survivable. Realistic timeline expectations. Jung was adamant about this. Individuation is a lifelong process. There's no quick awakening, no sudden enlightenment that completes the journey. The alchemists said the great work takes years or decades. They weren't exaggerating. Negredo might last months to years, depending on how much false self needs decomposing. Sarah's was 3 months. Jung's was 3 years. Some people cycle through Negredo multiple times as different layers of persona collapse. Albedo is usually shorter, weeks to months, but the insights continue emerging for years as you gain altitude on your psychological patterns. Citrinitas is the longest phase for most people, years of sustained integration work. This is where most people live if they complete Negredo and albedo. Very few reach Rubedo. Don't rush this. Don't compare your timeline to others. Your psyche knows its own pacing. Forcing integration before you're ready creates spiritual bypassing. Resisting integration when you're ready creates pathology. Trust the process, which doesn't mean passive acceptance, but active engagement with wherever you actually are. Jung wrote, "The psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside as fate." Integration is making the inner situation conscious, so you can participate in creating your life, rather than being fated by your unconsciousness. That's the gift of these 13 warnings. They're making your inner situation conscious. They're revealing what needs attention, what needs integration, what needs transformation. And if you work with them consciously using these methods, you can move through individuation intentionally rather than being dragged through it unconsciously. Comment where you are in this process. Negredo chaos, albedo clarity, citrinitas integration. Let's build community around honest assessment rather than inflated claims, because the mark of genuine individuation is humility about how much work remains, not pride in how far you've come. Now let's expand our perspective from individual transformation to collective significance, because your awakening isn't separate from humanity's evolution. It's a microcosm of something happening on a civilizational scale. Everything we've explored so far has focused on individual transformation, your persona, your shadow, your void, your integration. But Jung understood something crucial. Individual psychology and collective psychology aren't separate domains. They're intimately interconnected through what he called the collective unconscious. When you individuate, you're not just transforming yourself. You're creating a pathway in the collective psyche that makes individuation slightly easier for everyone who comes after you. You're contributing to the evolution of human consciousness itself. And here's the profound recognition. The 13 warnings we've been exploring personally are also manifesting collectively. Humanity itself is experiencing pre-awakening symptoms. Our entire civilization is going through the process we've been mapping individually. The collective unconscious, how individual awakening affects everyone. Jung's collective unconscious theory is often misunderstood. It's not some mystical shared mind. It's the inherited psychological substrate, the universal patterns, instincts, archetypes, and symbol systems that all humans share by virtue of being human. Just as you have a personal unconscious, your repressed memories, your shadow, your individual complexes, humanity has a collective unconscious containing the psychological patterns accumulated across human evolution. And just as your personal unconscious influences your individual behavior, the collective unconscious influences cultural behavior. When enough individuals begin individuating, when enough people integrate shadow, withdraw projections, operate from authentic authority rather than collective conditioning, they alter the collective unconscious itself. They create what Jung called new psychic dominance, new possibilities in the collective field. Think of it like this. The first person to individuate had to forge a completely new path through virgin psychological territory. The 100th person had a slightly worn trail to follow. The 1,000,000th person has a recognizable path. Your individuation doesn't just transform you, it contributes to the collective trail, making consciousness evolution accessible to more people. This is why awakening feels both ancient and new. Ancient because you're accessing universal patterns that have existed as long as humans have been conscious. New because you're creating your unique expression of those patterns, adding your thread to the collective tapestry. Sarah's awakening, James's transformation, your journey through these warnings, none of it is separate from collective evolution. Every individual who completes even partial individuation contributes to humanity's capacity for consciousness. Cultural parallels, society's collective pre-awakening symptoms. Look at our current cultural moment through the lens of the 13 warnings. What do you see? Warning number 1. Collectively, mass exhaustion from collective personas, the great resignation, quiet quitting, burnout epidemics, millions of people simultaneously, too exhausted to maintain their professional personas. Society is experiencing collective warning. Number 1. The exhaustion from performing culturally assigned roles has become unbearable. Warning number 2. Collectively, cultural disgust with our own narratives. Watch how quickly national myths are being questioned. The stories we've told ourselves about progress, capitalism, democracy, success. People are hearing these narratives and feeling the same disgust Sarah felt at her own words. The cultural persona is revealing its falseness. Warning number 3. Collectively, intolerance for cultural small talk. Why are polarization and conflict intensifying? Partially because collective consciousness is withdrawing energy from superficial discourse. People can no longer pretend to care about the trivial, while existential questions remain unaddressed. The collective psyche is refusing to waste energy on surface-level engagement. Warning number 4. Collectively, societal fantasies of collapse. Apocalypse narratives everywhere. Climate collapse, civilizational decline, total system failure. These aren't just fears. They're collective intrusive thoughts about destroying our current way of life. The collective unconscious is communicating. This structure cannot contain what we're becoming. Something must die. Warning number 5. Collectively, explosive social rage. The volcanic rage erupting in every sphere, political, racial, gender, class. This isn't just conflict, it's collective shadow eruption. Everything humanity has repressed, inequality, exploitation, historical trauma, is breaking through suppression simultaneously. The pressure has become unbearable. Warning number 6. Collectively, cultural attraction to previously judged things. Notice how quickly collective judgments are shifting. What was condemned yesterday is celebrated today. Sexual orientations, gender identities, relationship structures, life choices. What culture judged is now being integrated. This is collective projection withdrawal happening in real time. Warning number 7. Collectively, mass spiritual seeking. The explosion of interest in consciousness, meditation, psychedelics, indigenous wisdom, mysticism. Millions of people simultaneously feeling guided toward something beyond materialism. The collective psyche is recognizing something larger than individual ego consciousness. Warning. Number 8. Collectively, improbable historical synchronicities events that should take decades happening in years. Patterns emerging across seemingly unconnected domains. Reality itself feels increasingly responsive, meaningful, less random. Collective consciousness is recognizing synchronistic patterns at civilizational scale. Warning number 9. Collectively, cultural time distortion. Time feels broken. 2020 felt like a decade. Recent years blur together. Cultural experience of time is becoming non-linear, accelerated, strange. The collective perception of temporality is shifting. Warning number 10. Collectively, institutional credibility. Collapse. Sudden clarity about which institutions have been extracting from us rather than serving us. Governments, corporations, media, religion. Mass recognition of exploitation patterns built into our systems. Collective projection withdrawal from authority figures. Warning. 11. Collectively, generational disconnect. The inexplicable distance between those awakening collectively and those maintaining old consciousness. Families can't communicate across this divide. Generations literally perceive different realities. Collective consciousness is fragmenting by awareness level. Warning, number 12. Collectively, widespread meaning crisis. Nihilism, depression, suicide rates, addiction epidemics. Millions experiencing the void simultaneously. The old collective meanings, nationalism, religious certainty, progress narratives have collapsed without replacement. Collective dark night of the soul. Warning, 13. Collectively, recognition we can't return to normal. After pandemic, after climate reality, after institutional failures, the collective recognition that there's no going back. We've crossed a threshold. The old normal is dead. We must move forward into uncertainty or collapse backward into chaos. Do you see it? Our entire civilization is experiencing the 13 warnings. Humanity itself is in pre-awakening crisis, and this isn't coincidence. Jung predicted this. Jung's prediction, the collective crisis of the 20th to 21st century. In his later works, particularly Ion and Flying Saucers, Jung made a startling prediction. The modern era would be marked by collective consciousness crisis as the old God images died and humanity faced the task of finding divinity within. For millennia, humans projected the self onto external deities, gods, divine authorities. These projections organized collective consciousness, provided meaning, established moral order. But the Enlightenment and scientific revolution began systematically destroying these projections. God is dead, Nietzsche declared, not as celebration but as warning. When God dies, when the external projection of self collapses, where does that leave human consciousness? Jung's answer, in crisis, because the self doesn't disappear when the projection is withdrawn. The archetypal energy returns to the collective psyche, demanding conscious integration. This is what we're living through. The death of God wasn't just theological shift, it was psychological crisis. All the psychic energy humanity had been projecting onto external deities, onto authorities, onto collective beliefs. That energy is returning, flooding the collective unconscious, demanding that we integrate what we've been projecting. And most people aren't prepared. They don't have frameworks for understanding this. So the returned psychic energy manifests as mass anxiety, meaning crisis, identity fragmentation, polarization, rage, nihilism, all the symptoms of collective pre-awakening without collective understanding of what's happening. Jung saw this coming. He spent his later life trying to warn us, trying to prepare us, trying to give us maps for navigating collective psychological transformation. He understood that the 20th and 21st centuries would be marked by either collective individuation or collective catastrophe. And which outcome we get depends on whether enough individuals can complete their own individuation to create pathways in the collective psyche. Your personal awakening matters because humanity's awakening depends on individuals completing the process first. You're not just healing yourself, you're healing the collective by creating possibility. The loneliness of being slightly ahead in consciousness. But this creates profound loneliness. If you're experiencing these 13 warnings personally, you're slightly ahead of collective consciousness. You're perceiving realities that most people haven't accessed yet. And that creates isolation. You see the patterns. You understand what's happening. You recognize the collective is going through exactly what you went through personally, but you can't make others see it. You can't force collective awakening. You can only do your own work and trust that your individuation contributes to the collective field. Jung wrote extensively about the loneliness of the individuating person. Once you've separated from collective unconsciousness, you can't fully return to collective belonging. You see things others don't see. You question things others accept. You live from internal authority, while others live from external validation. This doesn't make you better, it makes you different. And difference creates distance, even from people you love. Even from people who are good people, operating from collective consciousness. There's a dimensional gap that genuine care cannot bridge until they begin their own awakening. Sarah experienced this intensely. She could see clearly that her mother was living entirely through persona, that her husband was operating from unconscious programming, that her friends were suppressing their shadows. But she couldn't make them see it. All she could do was embody her own consciousness and hope it inspired rather than threatened. This is the burden of early awakening. You're lonely in the in-between. You've left one world but haven't fully arrived in the next. The old collective can't relate to you. The new collective is still forming. You exist in liminal space, waiting for enough others to complete their awakening, so genuine conscious community becomes possible. Why you can't wake up others and why you shouldn't try. Here's the hard truth: you cannot awaken someone else. You cannot force consciousness on people who aren't ready. You cannot save others from their unconsciousness, and attempting to do so actually reinforces your own ego inflation. The desire to wake up others often comes from shadow, the unintegrated savior complex, the need to feel superior by being the enlightened one, the inability to tolerate that others are on their own timeline. It's ego using awakening to feel special. Jung was adamant about this. Individuation cannot be imposed. Consciousness cannot be given. Each person must undergo their own psychological death, their own dark night, their own integration. You can support, you can witness, you can share your experience, but you cannot do the work for them. And here's why. Everyone's awakening unfolds according to their own psyche's timing. Some people need to live unconsciously for decades before they're ready for consciousness. Some are ready early. Some will never be ready in this lifetime. That's not judgment, it's recognition of psychological reality. The collective unconscious has its own intelligence about developmental readiness. Not everyone is meant to individuate. Not everyone needs to awaken. The collective requires diversity of consciousness levels to function. Some people's purpose is living conventional lives beautifully. Others' purpose is pushing consciousness boundaries. Your purpose, if you're experiencing these 13 warnings, is the latter. But that doesn't make you responsible for everyone else's awakening. Your responsibility is completing your own individuation and embodying that completion in a way that creates possibility for others, not by preaching, not by evangelizing, but by being living proof that consciousness is survivable. How embodiment teaches more than explanation. Jung emphasized that individuation is demonstrated, not explained. You don't convince people to awaken by lecturing them about shadow work. You embody integrated consciousness in a way that makes them curious about what you have that they don't. Sarah stopped trying to explain her transformation to her mother, her husband, her friends. She just lived differently. She set boundaries without guilt. She made choices from authentic authority without needing approval. She inhabited her complexity without apologizing for it. And something interesting happened. Some people became curious, not the people she'd tried to convince. They remained defended. But others who witnessed her transformation without pressure began asking questions. How did you change? What happened to you? I want what you have. That's embodiment teaching. You're not a guru, you're not special, you're just someone who did the work and now lives from that work. And for people who are ready, that living example creates possibility they couldn't have imagined otherwise. But you can't control who's ready. You can't force readiness. You can only do your work, embody your truth, and trust that your consciousness contributes to the collective field, whether anyone notices or not. The responsibility of the awakened, not evangelism, but embodiment. So what is your responsibility once you've awakened? Not to wake others, not to fix the world, not to become a spiritual teacher unless that's your authentic calling. Your responsibility is to live consciously, to operate from self rather than ego, to make choices aligned with your integrated values, to have relationships built on authenticity rather than projection, to contribute to the collective through embodied consciousness rather than inflated teachings. Jung called this the ethical responsibility of consciousness. Once you know, you're responsible for acting on what you know. You can't plead ignorance anymore. You can't unconsciously harm yourself or others and claim you didn't know better. Consciousness increases ethical responsibility. This doesn't mean perfection. You'll still make mistakes, still have unconscious moments, still discover new shadow material. but you're responsible for doing your best to live from consciousness rather than unconsciousness, from self rather than ego, from integration rather than fragmentation. And here's the paradox. When you stop trying to awaken others and just embody your own consciousness, you actually contribute more to collective awakening, because you become a living demonstration rather than a preachy irritation. You create possibility through presence rather than through pressure. Sarah found her role. She went back to school to become a therapist, specifically to work with people experiencing pre-awakening symptoms. Not to force awakening, but to provide support and framework for those already in the process. She could recognize the difference between clinical depression and dark night. She could hold space for shadow emergence without pathologizing it. She could witness the void without trying to fix it. That's responsible use of awakened consciousness, not inflated claims of enlightenment, not building a following, just doing work that serves others' individuation without imposing your own agenda. Collective evolution timeline, what comes next? If humanity is going through collective pre-awakening, what comes next? Jung had thoughts about this, though he was careful never to make definitive predictions. He believed humanity was entering what he called the Age of Aquarius, not in the astrological sense, but as metaphor for collective consciousness shift. The old age of external authorities, religious, political, cultural, was dying. The new age of internal authority was being born, but the transition would be chaotic, dangerous, potentially catastrophic if not navigated consciously. We're living in that transition. The chaos we're experiencing isn't random, it's labor pains of collective transformation. The question is whether enough individuals will complete their own individuation to midwife collective individuation, or whether collective consciousness will fragment into pathology because too few people have done the individual work. Jung was optimistic but realistic. He believed humanity would eventually individuate collectively. Consciousness would eventually become the norm rather than the exception. But he also believed this transition would take centuries and would involve immense suffering because most people would resist rather than surrender to the transformation. Your contribution is completing your own transformation and trusting it matters to the whole. You won't see collective awakening completed in your lifetime, but your individuation is one thread in the tapestry, and enough threads eventually create the pattern. Comment if you feel the loneliness of being ahead. Comment if you're struggling with the desire to wake others. Comment if you're understanding that your personal awakening is connected to something larger than yourself. Because if you're experiencing these 13 warnings, you're not just healing yourself, you're participating in the most significant collective transformation in human history. And that brings us to the final chapter, the identity transformation this entire journey creates. Because after everything we've explored, after all 13 warnings, after the integration work, who are you now? What does it mean to be awakened? And how do you live from that awakening without inflation, without superiority, without losing your humanity? We've journeyed through the 13 warnings. We've survived the dark night. We've explored integration methods. We've understood the collective significance. Now we arrive at the crucial question, who are you after all of this? You're not who you were when you started. That person died. The persona collapsed. The false self decomposed. The comfortable identity evaporated, and something new emerged. But what? And more importantly, what do you do with this new consciousness now, the death of who you thought you were? Let me speak directly to you now, not as narrator, but as someone who's been through this and understands what you're experiencing or about to experience. If you're recognizing these warnings in yourself, you're not broken, you're not crazy, you're not having a mental breakdown. You're having a breakthrough consciousness, breaking through the prison of persona, shadow breaking through repression, self breaking through ego identification. But it doesn't feel like breakthrough. It feels like falling apart. It feels like losing everything you've built your life upon. It feels like death, because it is death. The death of who you thought you were. The death of the identity you've been performing. The death of the beliefs that gave your life structure and meaning. And you didn't choose this. That's what makes it so terrifying. You didn't wake up one day and decide, today I'm going to experience ego death. Consciousness chose you. The self decided it was time for transformation. And now you're being dragged through a process you never signed up for, losing yourself in ways you never imagined. But here's what I need you to understand. That person you're losing never existed. That identity you're mourning was always costume, performance, borrowed story. You've been living someone else's life, the life your parents expected, your culture demanded, your fear constructed. And that life worked for a while until it didn't. These warnings are not breaking you. They're breaking you open. They're cracking the shell so what's actually you can emerge. They're destroying the false so the real can be born. And yes, it's excruciating. Yes, it feels like you're losing everything, but you're not losing yourself. You're losing the pretender, the imposter, the constructed self that was never you to begin with. The pain isn't punishment, it's labor. I keep returning to the metaphor of birth because it's the only one that captures this process accurately. When a woman is in labor, the pain is unbearable. She might scream, "Make it stop, I can't do this, I'm dying." And in a sense, she is dying. The woman without child is dying so the woman with child can be born. But we don't call labor pathological. We don't medicate birth into non-existence, though modern medicine tries. We recognize labor as necessary pain, productive pain, pain that has purpose even though it's agony. That's what you're experiencing. Psychological labor, the pain of birthing your authentic self. Every warning is a contraction. Every shadow emergence is dilation. Every moment in the void is pushing. And what's being born is the real you, not the you that was constructed to gain approval, but the you that exists beneath all construction. This reframes everything. The exhaustion from maintaining your persona. That's not depression. That's your psyche refusing to waste another moment on falseness. The rage erupting at innocent things. That's not anger management issues. That's your shadow demanding recognition after years of imprisonment. The void where all meaning disappeared. That's not nihilism. That's ego death creating space for self to emerge. You're not sick when you experience these warnings. You're becoming healthy for the first time. You're finally listening to what your deepest self has been screaming at you for years. Stop betraying yourself for comfort, acceptance, or safety. Stop performing, stop pretending, stop living according to scripts written by people who don't even know who you are. The transformation from someone seeking answers to someone who understands the questions are the answers. You came to this script looking for answers. You wanted to understand what's happening to you. You wanted confirmation that you're not alone, not crazy, not broken. And I've given you that. The 13 warnings, the Jungian framework, the integration methods. But the deepest transformation isn't in the answers. It's in recognizing that the questions themselves are the path. The warnings aren't problems to solve. They're invitations to transform. The confusion isn't something to eliminate. It's something to enter more deeply. The not knowing isn't weakness. It's the beginning of real wisdom. Jung wrote, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." This entire journey has been about turning your vision inward, about recognizing that everything you've been seeking outside, meaning, purpose, authority, validation, love, exists inside, waiting to be discovered. You're not here to fix yourself back into the person who could tolerate unconscious living. You're here to wake fully, even if it costs everything. even if it means losing relationships that can't survive your transformation, even if it means leaving careers that no longer express who you are, even if it means being misunderstood, judged, pathologized by those who haven't awakened. Because here's the forbidden truth that Jung understood but rarely stated explicitly: being conscious is not the same as being happy. Awakening doesn't make life easier, it makes it more real. It strips away the comfortable delusions, the protective denials, the spiritual bypassing. It forces you to see reality as it is, yourself as you are, and to take full responsibility for creating a life from that truth. You're becoming ungovernable, and that terrifies systems built on compliance. When you individuate, when you operate from self rather than ego, when you withdraw your projections and live from internal authority, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being lawless or antisocial, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation through fear, shame, or collective pressure. You can't be controlled by advertising because you know your real desires versus manufactured ones. You can't be manipulated by authority figures because you've withdrawn your projections and see them as fallible humans, not archetypal parents. You can't be shamed into conformity because you've integrated your shadow and accepted your wholeness, light and dark. This terrifies systems built on compliance. Governments want citizens who follow without question. Corporations want consumers who buy without discernment. Religions want believers who accept without investigation. All collective structures depend on unconscious participation, on people living from borrowed values rather than authentic authority. When you wake up, you stop being a reliable participant in unconsciousness. You question everything. You require proof rather than accepting claims. You make choices based on your values rather than external pressure. You refuse to suppress your authenticity for collective comfort. And this is why awakening gets pathologized. It's not because awakened people are sick. It's because awakened people are dangerous to systems that require unconsciousness. You can't sell unnecessary products to someone who knows their real needs. You can't manufacture consent from someone operating from internal authority. You can't maintain hierarchies when people stop projecting power onto authorities. Your awakening is political, whether you intended it to be or not. Your consciousness is revolutionary, whether you're trying to be or not. Because just by being awake in an unconscious world, you challenge the fundamental assumption that keeps collective unconsciousness stable. The assumption that external authority knows better than internal authority, that collective values supersede individual knowing, that conformity is safer than authenticity. You're becoming dangerous, not violent, not destructive, but dangerous to the collective trance. And that's exactly what the world needs right now. The cost versus the cost. What you lose versus what you lose by staying asleep. Let me be honest about the cost of awakening, because spiritual content usually bypasses this reality. Awakening costs. You will lose things. Relationships will end. Careers will collapse. Identities will die. Communities will reject you. People will misunderstand you. You will be lonely. You will be scared. You will have moments of intense regret where you wish you'd never started this process. That's real. That's the cost. And anyone who tells you awakening is all bliss and light is either lying or hasn't actually awakened. But here's what they don't tell you. Staying asleep also costs. It costs your vitality, your authenticity, your capacity for real connection, your sense of meaning, your relationship with your own soul. It costs you your life, not your biological existence, but your lived experience of being alive. You can stay asleep. You can suppress these warnings. You can medicate the symptoms. You can perform normalcy. You can maintain your persona, repress your shadow, ignore synchronicities, preserve relationships built on unconsciousness. You can do all of that, but what will it cost? Your body will keep producing symptoms. Your psyche will keep creating crisis. Your dreams will keep screaming what your waking consciousness refuses to hear. You'll feel increasingly disconnected, increasingly hollow, increasingly like you're watching your own life from the outside because you're not actually living it, you're performing it. That's the cost of staying asleep. And eventually, that cost becomes higher than the cost of waking up. Eventually, the pain of remaining unconscious exceeds the pain of becoming conscious. And that's usually when people finally surrender to their awakening, not because they're brave, but because staying asleep has become unbearable. So yes, awakening costs, but staying asleep costs more. The question isn't whether you'll pay. You're paying either way. The question is which price you'd rather pay, the price of transformation or the price of stagnation. You're not here to be normal, you're here to be conscious. Let me tell you what you are now after all of this. After the warnings, after the integration, after the death and rebirth, you're someone who knows too much to pretend anymore. You've seen your shadow, you've experienced the void, you've felt the self, you've touched dimensions of reality that consensus consciousness denies, and you can never return to comfortable ignorance. You're someone who carries complexity. You're not good or bad, light or dark, strong or weak. You're all of it simultaneously. You've integrated paradox. You can hold opposites without needing to resolve them into simple categories. You're someone who operates from depth. Surface pleasures don't satisfy you anymore. Small talk doesn't sustain you. Superficial relationships don't nourish you. You require real connection, real meaning, real truth, even when it's uncomfortable. You're someone who frightens people who haven't done the work, not because you're threatening, but because your consciousness reflects their unconsciousness. Your authenticity reminds them of their performance. Your freedom reminds them of their prison. And that's not your fault, it's just reality. You're someone who belongs to a different collective now. Not the collective of unconscious normalcy, but the collective of individuals who've individuated. You're part of a lineage that includes Jung, the mystics, the artists, the poets, the truth-tellers who refuse to stay comfortably asleep. You're part of the awakened minority who carries consciousness forward for the species. You're not here to be normal. Normal means unconscious, automated, living from borrowed values and inherited beliefs. You're here to be conscious, awake, authentic, operating from self rather than persona. And consciousness is never normal. It's always the exception, always the edge, always the territory being explored by the few who couldn't tolerate the comfort of sleep. The call to action, living from awakened consciousness. So what do you do now? How do you live from this awakened state without inflation, without superiority, without losing your humanity? First, stay humble. Remember that individuation is asymptotic. You approach wholeness without ever fully achieving it. There's always more shadow to integrate, more projections to withdraw, more consciousness to develop. The moment you think you've arrived is the moment ego has reclaimed the process. Second, embody your truth. Don't just understand these concepts, live them. Make choices from your authentic values. Build relationships based on consciousness. Create work that expresses your individuation. Show others through your living that awakening is survivable. Third, contribute to the collective. Your consciousness matters. Your individuation contributes to humanity's evolution. Find ways to serve that don't come from savior complex or inflation, but from genuine care for collective awakening. Fourth, stay connected to others who've done the work. Find your people, those who've been through their own dark night, who operate from self, who can meet you consciously. You need community with others who understand what you've survived. Fifth, continue the work. Individuation is lifelong. Keep journaling your dreams. Keep doing shadow work. Keep tracking synchronicities. Keep sitting in solitude. Keep integrating whatever your psyche reveals. This process never ends, it just deepens. Sixth, remember your humanity. Awakening doesn't make you superhuman. It makes you fully human. You'll still have bad days, still make mistakes, still have moments of unconsciousness. That's not failure, that's being alive. Give yourself compassion for the difficulty of carrying consciousness in an unconscious world. Jung's final quote, the promise that makes this worth it. I want to end with Jung's words because he said it better than I ever could. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. You've looked inside. You've seen what's there, the shadow, the persona, the self. You've survived what you found. And now you're awake in a world of dreamers. That's lonely, that's difficult, that's the path you're on. But you're also free in a way most people will never experience. Free from the tyranny of collective expectations. Free from the prison of persona performance. Free from the unconscious compulsions that govern most human behavior. You're free to create your own meaning, define your own purpose, live from your own authority. And that freedom, that terrifying, lonely, impossible freedom, is what makes this entire journey worth it. Your next step. Choose consciousness. Comment below with one warning you've experienced. Just one. Because naming it is the first step toward integrating it. Acknowledging your experience without shame is how you honor the transformation happening in you. Subscribe if you want to continue this journey. We'll explore more of Jung's work, more integration practices, more maps for conscious living. This isn't the end, it's the beginning. Because awakening isn't a destination you arrive at. It's a way of being you commit to moment by moment for the rest of your life. And remember, Jung said the psyche always moves toward wholeness, always. Even when it feels like you're fragmenting, even when the warnings feel overwhelming, even when you're in the deepest void, your psyche is moving toward integration. Trust that movement. Trust the warnings. They're not breaking you. They're breaking you open. You're not here to be normal. You're here to be conscious. You're not here to fit in. You're here to become whole. You're not here to be comfortable. You're here to be real. And being real in a world built on performance, that's the most revolutionary act possible. Welcome to consciousness. Welcome to the awakened life. Welcome to the ongoing, never-ending, terrifying, beautiful process of becoming who you actually are. The warnings brought you here. The work continues from here, and you're not alone. You're part of a collective of conscious individuals who understand what you've survived and who walk beside you in this ongoing transformation. Now go live it, embody it, be the living proof that consciousness is survivable, and trust that your awakening matters more than you can possibly know.